Waiting for our mayor to get here, but we are already past the time and we've got a quorum here. I think we can go ahead and meet as an architecture review committee. That is our 6:45 time. We're here to meet about a new office warehouse on Lot 3 of the Kaysville Business Park. So, Lyle, you look like you're getting anxious to speak.
Ready to go. So the lot that you can see here on the screen in yellow, just off of 900 West, tucked behind the Shipley Associates office building. The proposal to be built on it is roughly a 12,000 square foot office warehouse structure. Martineau Homes, it's already in the business park, and Jim Puffer Landscaping are currently the ones working on the building. There are 4 spaces that are included within it. They're planned to take 2 of them, and I don't know that they yet know who will go in the rest of it, but that'll hopefully be filled over time with some extra space. Within the staff report, though I tried to buffer the numbers, apparently by accident, there's 27 parking stalls, despite that it says 270, so you're probably trying to count a couple extra in there.
Hold him to it.
So the 27 parking stalls, by my accounts, based on the amount of office in the warehouse, they should only need 19. And in either case, Mr. Martineau stated that that's well more than they actually utilize anyway, based on how they're currently using the site, so kind of to be seen with other users how that plays out. But one of the things that's happening with the particular proposal is they're improving not only their site, but directly to the west of them, that Shipley Associates building has about 30 feet, probably a little less than that, that's kind of undeveloped now, that they'll kind of bridge the gap and finish the asphalt in between them. So they'll share the drive access to the back there. Here's what's proposed as far as the landscaping. You can see kind of where the road on the bottom right takes a diagonal. The creek does run through that portion of the property, and so they're utilizing that area over the box culvert in the creek to have a pavilion and some lawn area. And here's what the structure's anticipated to look like. It'll be using block and split face block material, similar to most structures within the business park. A couple elevation drawings. Staff's reviewed it. As proposed, it seems to be in line and in order with the requirements of the Kaysville Business Park and covenants and with city ordinance. With that, I'd be happy to turn the time over to the committee or, again, the applicant here to provide additional detail.
Now, Mr. Martineau is in the park already, is that correct? And Mr. Puffer's business will just be joining in the building?
Correct.
We're actually both there.
Oh, okay. Great. I'm glad you made the correction on the parking number. I read that in the report and thought, okay.
A couple on the roof, there was some subgrade parking. I don't know if you know.
They're going to operate a
Let's
call
make him
center
do
in
underground
there or
parking.
something.
That's cheap.
So it looks like an outstanding addition to the business park. Everything there appears to me anyway to be in good order, and the building looks nice and actually, even better than some of the other buildings in the park. So I would make a motion that we grant approval for Lot 3 in Kaysville Business Park 27.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. A motion by Mr. Snell and a second by Mr. Adams for approval as outlined. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Voting is unanimous. Any other items for the Architectural Review Committee?
That's everything we have for you today.
All right, thank you. If there's no more business, we'll welcome a motion to adjourn this portion of our meeting.
So moved.
Second?
Thank you. A motion and second to adjourn the Architectural Review Committee meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. City Council will convene at 7 p.m.
Anything for us? I know. With the seal on it.
this week.
Turned off from our session. Rear of the room.
That's all right, we can start without you.
Can I unplug?
You know what?
I don't know
Jake,
if
you want to do it this time?
Jake's
You and Susan were doing it together.
I thought you were asking if we wanted to enter.
So you just turned the sound on, right, Mayor? So we're live?
You can hear it.
Just wanted to tell everybody that we're live, just in case. I'm way back there. Just the mayor? That's up to the mayor.
Calendar for you.
You know, I appreciate that. This is nice. And thanks for letting me know ahead of time. Okay, yeah, that's good. That's great.
Susan Gomez still on.
I wasn't sure. There and there's.
He was Texas? To Texas?
I don't,
It was Texas.
somewhere remote.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to go ahead and welcome to our city council meeting this evening. We appreciate all of you in attendance. Sound loud? Sound. Before we get started on tonight's meeting, we'd just make you aware we do have agendas available on the wall over here to your left. You're more than welcome to grab one as we check off through tonight's agenda items. The first item we have is an opening, which will be provided by Council Member Chris Snell, after which Council Member Dave Adams will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Our kind Heavenly Father, we bow our heads before Thee this evening in gratitude for the privilege of living in this free country and enjoying the freedoms that we have. We are grateful also for those who labor so hard across the world to protect our freedoms. We pray that Thou wilt bless them and protect them, keep them safe from harm and injury until they come home. We are also grateful, Father, for those who protect our freedoms here at home and are grateful for our first responders and police. We pray that Thou wilt also likewise protect them. We are grateful to be gathered here this evening to conduct the business of Kaysville City, and we pray, Father, that Thy Spirit will be upon these proceedings, that we may conduct ourselves with professionalism and with Thy Spirit, and with a spirit of camaraderie and consensus, that the best decisions will be arrived at, and we may do Thy will. We are grateful for Thy many blessings, and we say these things in the name of Thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Will the audience please rise? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Snell, Councilmember Adams, for participating in our opening. We'll begin tonight's meeting with introductions. My name is Steve Hyatt, and I serve as the mayor of Kaysville City.
Jake Garn, City Council.
Dave Adams.
Chris Snell, City Council.
Larry Page, City Council.
Shane Scott, City Manager.
Maria Devereaux, City Recorder.
Dean Story, Finance Director.
Ryan Judd, IT Manager.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda, before we get to our next item on the next item on our agenda, we're going to just go off course for 1 second. Nothing big, nothing long, and very short and to the point. But council, will you please join me up front? we made some promises that we wouldn't do certain things, and we were very careful about how we worded it. So Vance, would you join us for just a minute? Very, very short. We have something very short, and all we want to say is that Vance said, don't throw me any parties, and we promised we wouldn't, and don't do anything special, so I don't consider this special. Vance Garfield, who has faithfully and wonderfully and diligently served the city for 33 years, is going to retire next week. And Vance, in my 8 years of service, I've almost always have publicly said, Vance is my favorite city employee. And you would think that other city employees might say, well, that's kind of rude. But candidly, everyone's response is, yeah, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. And so Vance, we just wanted to honor you and present you with this plaque that says, in honor, recognition, and appreciation of Vance Garfield, we congratulate you and celebrate 33 years of service. With our gratitude and admiration, we thank you. August 25th, 1983 to August 26th, 2016. Mayor Steve Hyatt, council members Susan Lee, Chris Neal, Larry Page, Dave Adams, Jake Garn, the citizens and employees of Kaysville City.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vance. True to Vance's character, he says, Vance just does a really, really good job and does not want recognition or spotlight. So I didn't even ask you if you want to say a few words, unless you do. But I'm not asking. All right. Thank you very much, Vance. You're a great man, and you'll be missed. Thank you. The next on our agenda is Business Spotlight. We have with us, I believe this evening, thank you, we have Dr. Ken Pierce from Now Chiropractic.
Mayor, did you want to do brag badges first?
And we'll do the brag badges right after the Dr. Pierce, now that I've introduced you, if that's okay.
I'm going to stand at the side. I'm loud. So,
Okay, all right.
I'm Dr. Pierce. I just started new here in Kaysville. I have a practice right over behind the top of town here. It's called Right Now Chiropractic. And I'm a little bit different than your regular chiropractic you get into. I'm going to give you a little history real quick and then tell you what sets me apart. I've been a chiropractor now for about 15 years. Before I did that, I was a massage therapist out in Southern California for about 15 years. I worked up in Hollywood and worked on movie stars and all that garbage and stuff. It was really interesting. And what happened is the massage business kind of does this number. And so I went back to chiropractic school so that I could level out my income and I could finish doing what I was trying to do as a massage therapist, get people well and do things. And so after I graduated, I went to school out in Dallas, Texas, at Parker Chiropractic College. And I graduated, moved back to California, was there for about 9 years. I had my own practice out there. And when the economy kind of went down, it affected us. And so we looked around trying to get out of Southern California, and we chose Salt Lake. And in coming up here, I looked around, I found a job, and I worked with CR England trucking company for about 5 years as a staff doctor for them. I did DOT physicals, which I still do, and I did chiropractic care for their main office down in Salt Lake. And worked with an MD and people down there. I was the senior chiropractor doing adjusting for their staff and the truck drivers and the whole thing. And got laid off in February. And when that happened, I wanted to reopen my practice, but I didn't want to go back into a normal practice. With the experience that I've had and the things that I've done, it's been about 27 years that I've been doing this. And I decided to do something a little bit different. And what my office does now is there's no appointments. You can walk in. There's no insurance. There's nothing. It's $20 to get adjusted. Come in, we'll get you in. I have about 5 minutes worth of paperwork, and we get you back and we get you going. I do an exam for whatever part we need, if you have an elbow problem, shoulder problem, whatever. But what I've done is I've taken the hassle out of going to the chiropractor. And what I want to do with that is I specialize, I can do lots of stuff. I've worked on bodybuilders and powerlifters. I've worked on sports people, dancers, gymnasts, kids, you name it, I've seen it. And so what makes it nice is I'm able to get in and out fairly quickly so that you don't have to spend an hour waiting for me. We're not gonna do tons of x-rays or keep you there for hours on end. My goal is to make it quick and easy to get in and see the dog. And I'll tell everybody here, if you have a question, come by my office. I don't charge you. The only thing that would hold us up is if I got a line of people sitting there. But if you have a question about something, come by and ask. I'll tell you. If I don't know what's going on, I'll tell you I don't know what's going on, but we can find out. But that's what the business is set up to do. I've been in practice about 5 months here doing things. The business is growing very well. It's doing very well. I've got a lot of people coming through, and it's kind of nice because I'm drawing from all over. I mean, people, Kaysville, Farmington, Layton. I've got people from West Valley, from Lehigh, from Riverdale, and so it's bringing a lot of people into our community. So I'm sending them down to Gnarly's and trying to get them over soccer time. Help with that also. But that's pretty much the point of my business. I'm just taking all the years of experience that I've had and trying to make it easier and quicker to get in to see the dog, make it affordable so that you can get in and get it done. I had a lady come in today and she was really happy. She says, I heard and I can get in today. I don't have to wait for my appointment next week. I can afford it, and if I need to come back, I can come back for less than what my copay would have been. So that was the whole idea of setting it up. And I wanted to be here in town. I live just down the road, and so it's nice to be close to home and be able to do that. So that's basically my office and my experience real quick. So if you need anything, or if I can help, by all means, stop by. If nothing else, come by and say hi. Makes me feel good, so I have to sit there by myself. But any questions?
Questions from the council?
Do you have a phone number that you want to tell everybody, or a website?
You know
Or
what? My business, actually, when you come in, this is where I tell people, I give you a little key card so you can swipe and you come in. I said, I don't care if you come back ever again. I don't care if you come back every single day. There's there. I can give you my phone number, which nobody will remember. Just know this, I'll leave some cards, but I am literally right behind the top of the time you can't miss me. I have so much board out there, and I have my cards up. Swing by and see me. It's easy. The number's out there, so you can always come by and talk to me and call me.
Excellent.
awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pierce. Thank you for being here. Thank you. We also, for those of you who've been following this summer, we have been celebrating our Play Unplugged program and invite young folks who have done an excellent job and have earned a lot of badges to come enter into a drawing. I believe we have 2 drawings for $25 cash gift certificates, $25, and we're going to do those drawings now. Typically, Councilmember Susan Lee, which I'm sorry who I failed to excuse, is traveling and not able to join us in person or by phone tonight, and so we excuse her this evening. And so we will turn it to Councilmember Jake Garn, who has also been involved in this process, to draw the names.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually will bring them up to you and let you select the names.
I think every time I've always picked siblings, so
far.
maybe we can change that today. Unless there's 2 siblings here, they're probably hoping we keep consistent. Want me to read them?
Yes, please.
We have Anthony from Kaysville Elementary.
All right. Front and center, right there.
Wow.
And he has earned 200 points. That is awesome. Good job.
Anthony, could you come back up so we can take a picture with you up here?
And we also have, our second one is Finian from Burton Elementary. Did I say that right?
Too shy, maybe?
There he is.
He wants to be here as much as we do.
Wait.
Great job, guys.
Good job, little buddy. All right.
I think we all know just how he feels.
Hey, we didn't get a picture with Vance. Can we redo that, Cole? Get him back up here again? He's not even paying attention.
That was the death stare.
All right. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Anthony and Finny, and thanks to our staff who has made time to be here and help coordinate these drawings. Appreciate everyone's hard work and effort. The next on our agenda is call to the public. This is the time in the City Council meeting when we open the microphone to any of you in attendance that would like to address the City Council. As you review tonight's agenda, we do not have any public hearings associated with tonight's agenda items. So if you would like to address the City Council regarding one of tonight's agenda items, this is your opportunity to do so. There's just a couple of things that we'll ask with call to the public. We do ask out of consideration of time that you keep your comments limited to 3 minutes. You will hear a beeping up front that our city recorder is setting a timer, and when that beeping goes off, that's an indication that your time has expired. We really appreciate it if you would wrap up your comments there at 3 minutes, and if not, we'll be happy to provide you a reminder as well. We also do ask, as we have call to the public, there might be comments that some in the room are in agreement with, and there may be comments shared that some in the room are in disagreement with. If you disagree with any of the comments made, we would ask that you don't boo or yell or anything else if you disagree with the comments. And likewise, if you agree with some of the comments that are shared, we would ask that you don't clap and applaud. The reason being is we want to provide an opportunity free of intimidation. If someone wants to get up and share their comments, they don't have to feel like they feel intimidated in either direction. So with that introduction, we will start call to the public. Have you come to the microphone, and please state your name.
My name is Roger Butterfield, and good afternoon, members of the council and the city manager and the rest of us and the public out here. I'm directing most of my information tonight to Councilman Chris Snail. He is over the park and recreation, and there's been personally accusations against Councilman David Adams and the amount of money spent for Councilman Adams to keep the water parade alive this year through the use of Visa card. I would like to point out that a group of us have looked at the cost of the 4th of July parade, and that parade is quite expensive before you consider that Councilman Adams' family paid out of their own pocket and donated time. Something I think needs to be answered. Councilman Snail, some expenditures of the parade paid by Visa and other means are $1,500 or $1,600 for taffy, $300 to Davis High School, $300 to Creekside Junior High School, $2,073 for equipment shipped to Jacob Wood, and we think that was probably for sound equipment. On July 6, 2016, $110 was spent to Neater's Cafe for food. I didn't know that we were supposed to subsidize members of the city employees. $407 for snow cones. Einstein Bagels, $33. Smith's Food, $47. $140.37 for staff lunch, $47 lunch with Councilman Snail, and that was on July the 14th, and $30.72 for Neaters for lunch. I have not finished all the Visa charges we have copied. This would just show you that Visa policy is lax, and Kaysville should have an ordinance years ago. We should not have to wait for the state auditor to take control of the Visa charges. This is just one of the many things that's left unchecked in the last 36 years. Councilman Snail, why did you only question the charges to repair Councilman Adams' equipment so that he could do the water parade? Why don't you check all the hundreds of dollars bills for lunches, especially the one for Councilman Snail on July 14th? And also, Councilman Snail, As I recall, you were not really elected by the public of this, that you were appointed to your position. And I thank you for that.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, here's a list of some of the things that you've spent on your credit card.
My name is David Robinson. Mayor, I have a paper that I would like to give to each of you. It may Mark approach you and give it to you.
Yes, thank you.
Unfortunately, timing is sometimes terrible. I'm going to comment on an assessment report that I have provided to the council yesterday, and it has to do with the parade and is somewhat critical. And I'm sorry that on the evening where we have recognized someone that these remarks will have something to do with him. Unfortunately, you had placed on your agenda this evening the state auditor's report, which brought this to the fore. Yesterday, I provided to each of you an email to which was attached an assessment report. That assessment specifically addresses unnecessary liability exposure to the city related specifically to the circumstances around the water parade entry. I hope that you will look at this assessment as a companion to the Utah State Auditor's report now before you. Each is relevant in its own light. For example, the auditor's report questions the superior-subordinate relationship that resulted in approval of and making questionable expenditures of city funds. It was cited as evidence of inherent weak controls and that subordinates should not be placed in a position of approving or denying benefits to a superior. Consider, the Parks and Recreation Supervisor acknowledged before the council his concerns about the liability issues surrounding the big dual wheels, except they were triples, on Mr. Adams' parade equipment. Underlying that issue of liability concerns was the fact that the supervisor stated he feared that the water parade would be canceled, knew he did not have from Mr. Adams a hold harmless agreement required by the city, and that Mr. Adams did not have liability insurance on his fire truck. He made the decision to deem Mr. Adams' large and heavy equipment a city entry in the parade, which, by the way, bore a campaign sign, and he initiated inquiry to determine if the city's liability insurer would cover Mr. Adams' equipment. The city manager responded to a request for information and provided to me a written response saying that it was questionable whether the private vehicles involved in the parade would have been covered under the insurance certificate held by the city. I respectfully submit to you that the report is before you, and I'll be pleased to answer any questions, and that may come at a later time, Mayor. On the back of that page I have given you are some proposed changes to the minutes of the last meeting, so when it comes time to look at the minutes, you may want to consider those. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Brig Lewis, and one of the reasons I come here is there's a certain amount of entertainment value. But if you're going to consider dropping the water parade for liability, you probably ought to drop the entire parade, but that's not what I come here for. Got a story with you. On the grandparents' answering machine, the following message is there. Good morning. At present, we are not at home, but please leave your message after you hear the beep. Now, all of you who are grandparents, you'll appreciate this. If you are one of our children, dial 1 and then select the option from 1 to 5 in order of birth date so we know who it is. If you need us to stay with the children, press 2. If you want to borrow the car, press 3. If you want us to wash your clothes and do the ironing, press 4. If you want the grandchildren to sleep here tonight, press 5. If you want us to pick up the kids at school, press 6. If you want us to prepare a meal for Sunday or to have it delivered to your home, press 7. If you want to come to eat here, press 8. If you need money, press 9. If you're going to invite us to dinner or take us to the theater, start talking because we're listening.
Thank you.
My name is Sharon Hadley, and I am the president of the Daughters of Utah Pioneers. I just came tonight because I wanted to thank the City Council and the city employees for all their help with the cabin over in Heritage Park, and to kind of give you a report. The first week in August, we made a count of how many people had signed the book, and there's a lot of people who have been in there that didn't sign it. And at that time, we had over 1,300 people who have been through it this summer. And the kids are enjoying it, they're learning, and we're just having a wonderful time with them. And I just want to thank you, because I know in the beginning you wondered if this was really viable. But thank you so much for your support.
Thank you, Sharon.
Bill Wally, live out on 731 Pegasus Drive. First, I want to say thank you. Larry, I appreciate your service, guys. It's something that is just not completely appreciated, I don't think, from some of the residents of our city or others, of the amount of time that takes and efforts. But I've got a few things that I'd like to address that are going to be discussed. One that's not going to be talked about tonight is code of conduct. As a resident of this city who would love to be a participant in all kinds of activities, whether that's service on this council or planning commission or other avenues and committees, some of the things that are in our code of conduct are a little bit frightful. As we get into the particulars and the details and the semantics, I would be nervous as an individual to come forward and offer up my services due to the fact that I could be harmed by some of those items. And I would hope that as we go through this consideration that we take the things that matter most, like common sense items, put them in there, and maybe work those out as individual council members so that we're not doing those. One other item, the water parade. This is a city function. This is not a personal float. It has been supported and directed by Dave Adams for years, and through personal dedication, devotion, time that I've spent with him getting ready for those parades. But the city street is still shut down. The police are still holding back the individuals from driving down it. This is a city function, and one that I adore and enjoy. Later, there's going to be a discussion concerning the audit performed on the water parade expenses. The claims for that event were approved by the council on the 7th of July. Councilman Snell made the motion to approve, and Councilwoman Lee seconded that motion, and the motion passed unanimously. Why we're having a conversation tonight about items that were passed by your council is a little bit surprising. An audit was requested to review the water parade expenses. Can the council share with us if any other expenses from the 4th of July event have also been audited? If not, why did we perform an audit of just this portion of the claims after they were approved on the 7th of July? A record of timelines and events were distributed yesterday by Vance Garfield explaining how the expenditure came to be. His timeline has been given in defense of the decision he made to purchase the needed items to keep the water parade afloat. I hope that this timeline is also discussed in tonight's audit discussion. Vance feels that the decision to keep the water parade was a valid decision. Does it matter to the majority of the residents of Kaysville if the necessary repairs occurred to a piece of personal property that could not be duplicated at such a time, late in the hour? It might to a few, but the conversations I've had leaned more towards an understanding once given certain facts. I dare say that if the council had been approached weeks before the parade and were given the same choice that a trusted employee had to make, you would have done the same. One or two may have voted against it, but I believe the right choice would have been made, and we would have enjoyed the craziness called the water parade of 2016. Dave Adams did not maliciously spend taxpayers' money. He followed what he understood to be protocol. If he were told 2 months ago this firestorm would have come, I don't think it's what he would have done, and we would have lost the water parade. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Robert Nilsson. I've lived in Kaysville for the last 23 years. My kids were raised here. My grandkids are being raised here. I'm also here to talk about the water parade. I don't like parades. My family, we don't go to parades, but we come to the Kaysville parade for the water fight, for the water parade. My kids who have since grown and moved out, they bring their grandkids and back and come to this parade. My understanding is that Councilman Adams did or would not have done the things he did if he didn't believe it was all right for him to do. I think taking that out of the parade would stop a lot of people from coming. I appreciate his efforts. I appreciate his time and effort he puts into this parade. And I hope this can be resolved. I would like to learn all the facts about what happened, and I hope to hear that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other items for call to the public?
Hi there. My name's Jeff Larson. My son Cole was born in my house 16 years ago, 1 month after it was completed in Kaysville. It's been wonderful raising him and my 17-year-old daughter, Sydney, in Kaysville. It's a great sense of community. Davis High School is probably one of the best high schools in the state. My kids have enjoyed everything that Kaysville offers, from the parks to the ponds to what used to be farmland, going and just being kids. And one of the highlights of their summer, in fact, the sole highlight of their summer, is the Kaysville Parade. It wasn't always that way. 15 years ago, we'd come and we'd sit up by the Technology Center, and it would be a fairly boring parade. You'd get a bunch of mom and pop floats, same thing, with the banner put off the side, you'd get some sirens. It would be okay, but it was totally forgettable. 2 days later, my kids would say, no, we gotta go next year. We went to the water fight parade 12 years ago, and it was a bunch of people being towed down the street, throwing water balloons. Good time? Arguably, yes. Primarily for the people in the trailers that are participating in the water parade. I'm friends with Dave, and when he entered the parade, it got pretty exciting. And are you allowed to answer questions as a city council?
If you'd like to provide questions, we'll keep track and we'll
What's your
do our
vision
best.
for the parade? I mean, what would you like the parade to continue to be or become?
We'll answer, if, like I said, if you'd like to pose questions to us, we'll keep track and do our best to answer them.
I
at the
need
end.
that. I think the big thing about raising my kids in Kaysville is tradition. I want them to establish a sense of community and a sense of home. And part of that community is being able to go out, interact, and have a good time. And I would argue, and we don't know the proceedings of the auditor, but Dave acted in good faith, it's my understanding. Nothing was malicious, and he contributed more per value than $1,500 a taffy, than $300 for lunches. And it's a series of priorities. If we were to prioritize how we allocated budgets towards the parade, I would argue if you've got thousands of people coming for one thing, that's how we should allocate it. And in closing, I support Dave. Nothing was malicious. I have one other question that you will answer later. And this is about 5 years ago. I came to you, Mr. Hyatt, and knocked on your front door and gave you a letter about what was happening with the public works. And it surprises me, in fact, totally astounds me, to almost a point of dereliction of duty, that I read about it 5 years later, that there's a slush fund of $13,000 in a safe that's controlled only by the public works director. And my mind starts to think, and people have made comments, you know, nothing malicious was intended. I'm sure it's just an oversight of procedures. Malicious stuff was intended.
Mr. Larson, thank you.
It's a money laundering scheme. I'd like to hear why you didn't pursue something back then instead of letting it continue on until someone had to come in and say, this is happening, we need to solve the problem. And now the problem has been solved, and the Public Works Director resigned.
Thank you, Mr. Larson.
Thank you.
I would like you to address that, please.
My name is Mark Robinson. I'd like to thank the council as well for your time. I know you spend a lot of time away from your families and doing different things, and I appreciate that. It's not something that I could do because that's I don't have the time, and so I appreciate you making the time. I'm a little confused. I have not met anyone in this city who has ever said they want or they are going to cancel the water parade. So I'm a little bit confused as to why everyone keeps thinking the water parade is being canceled. That was never brought up anywhere that I know of, so I'm a little bit confused why everyone's asking, why is the water parade being canceled? What is being canceled is the misuse of public funds. That is what's being canceled. The water parade will go on, whether it's through our own fire trucks or whatever the committees decide to do, but misuse of public funds by anyone, Public Works, council member, anyone, is wrong. And so I think we need to stop talking about that this parade is going to be canceled, because it's not going to be canceled. No one's asked for that. No one said that. So I'm a little bit confused of why that keeps being thrown out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Janine Nilsson, and I'm just a mom that lives in Kaysville, and we love it here. I want to say I don't know Dave Adams, but I am grateful because my kids and grandkids come back every 4th of July. I haven't heard anyone saying they're going to cancel the water part of the parade, and we just love it. My son-in-law came 2 years ago, and this year his whole family came. So I just want to say I love the parade, and thank you for giving my kids a reason to come back.
Thank you.
I thought I better write down what I wanted to talk about today. At the top of here, I'm Dave Davies. I'm afraid I was going to forget that part. Look, you know, I have a quotation I think, for the whole group. The Apostle Paul said that we should not only speak the truth, but that we should speak the truth in love. So if we have something to say, it should be in that spirit, I think. You know, I don't really like the call to public. I don't really like to do this. I feel a little bit like an antagonist almost, just to participate. But I want to suggest something. The call to public, as you know, is a 3-minute thing. When you finish, nobody has to respond. And I know, Mayor Hyatt, you've really made an effort to change that. I know it well, because I brought it up way back in January. And to answer the questions that people have, and I really appreciate that. I was wondering though, would you consider in one of your sessions the idea of having if there's a question that comes up that somebody in the audience has something to participate in and they haven't already spoken, to give them a 1-minute chance to speak later? Otherwise, there's no exchange. It's just you guys, then it's us, and that gets to be a you against us type thing. The point about question was brought up earlier is exactly what I'm talking about. I want to suggest too, there comes some time in this thing, wouldn't it be nice to have a 5-minute break? Maybe after the call to the public, people might want to exchange notes with somebody on the council or something like that, you know. Or like me, they may get old like I am, you need to get up and go to the bathroom, but and without missing half the meeting. I was just thinking, just wanted you to consider some things in that direction. Maybe something in a break, like, you know, they got 14 items on it today, between 7 and 8, have a 5-minute break. Or after the call to the public, have a 5-minute break or something, so that there can be just a reconciliation for a few minutes. I think it's appropriate for the city council also to maybe ask somebody in the public to respond if they'd like to, if you'd like to. I mean, I know you guys have all the answers, but there could be somebody out here that would like to contribute. Hey, I appreciate what you do, and I appreciate the opportunity to get involved. I've learned a lot just by this experience, and to get to know all of you individually. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Greg Richardson, and I didn't make any notes about what I wanted to say tonight, so I'm going to wing it in 3 minutes or less. I think some of the recent events have provided an opportunity for education that may not have existed before. Really an education around what it means for misappropriation of funds, and I know that those feel like strong words. But if I were a licensed real estate agent and I used some of the funds that were within my fiduciary responsibility for personal property or to supplement some of my personal needs regardless of the reason, I would be stripped of my real estate license. In my current employment, if I were to use some of my employer's funds to enhance personal property, I would be terminated and prosecuted. And so while I agree, I don't think Councilman Adams had the intent of misappropriating funds. I also suspect that he didn't fully understand the serious nature of those actions. The second thing I'd like to say is I appreciate Councilman Adams' service to the community, especially around the water parade. I don't necessarily agree with the argument that people should be compensated when they work really hard on an event like that. To me, that's public service, which is what all of you are doing, and I'm confident that you're not here for the compensation. Because I'm somewhat aware of what your compensation is. And so I'd ask you to continue to serve and to give your best because you love your community. I also would ask that we don't consider spending more money on the water parade, because I think it's been proven that there are enough people that love the water parade that if they knew that more resources were needed, that they would bring them to bear. And I actually have some concerns. When I read the water report, I don't believe it, because I have a neighbor who handles water in another city, and he indicates to me that the chlorination is not making it all the way to the end of the row in some of the parts of our city. I also have neighbors who live in the city, and when the east winds blow, their power lines have problems. And I know that there's some parts of the city where we need safer walking paths. My argument would be, let's see if we can continue to stay focused on some of those broader needs and look to the rest of the community to step forward and to donate whatever needs to be donated to keep something that's fun and valuable like the water parade in place. The last thing I would say is, I think it's ridiculous that you guys can't eat while you're here in this meeting because of the code of conduct. It's a long meeting. I can't believe you go for 4 or 5 hours at a time, and your code of conduct says, sorry, you can't eat, or you can't eat a certain type of snack or only snacks provided by the council. I sit in meetings during the day, and I eat when I need to eat. And I think the folks that I'm working for appreciate that, because it allows me to continue to stay focused and allows me to give longer periods of time. I'd just encourage you to be reasonable when you look at the code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Walt Parrish. I'm a resident of Kaysville. Pardon my ignorance, but I believe it was the mayor that ordered this audit. Is that true, sir?
I was in contact with the state
Well, you
auditor's
didn't
office,
order it,
yes.
requested or something?
Yes, that's correct.
Uh,
Well, let me rephrase. When I called the state auditor's office, many people had requested it, but to my understanding, I was one of many who had reached out to them.
So the purpose of this audit was to what?
Review the expenditures
Review the expenditures, and that's it, huh?
that were raised in the meeting, yes.
It wasn't necessarily about the water parade or the competence of an individual.
Yeah, this isn't a, you can ask your questions, I'll do my best to answer them.
Okay.
And when we conclude it, we can consistent with
That's all I
everybody
needed to
else.
know, because I don't know if everybody in this audience understands this audit clear enough to really be objective about it. Thank you.
Fair enough. Thank you.
My name's Spencer Luke. I'm actually here more on the community council, actually, for Case Creek Elementary, so I'm not speaking on anything in regards to the agenda tonight. We actually had a meeting this last Monday night, and I apologize that I didn't get involved and really look at it earlier, but the transportation is a real problem. Can you guys do any kind of projection from a phone or not? Can I pass my phone around just with a picture real quick? Do you mind?
Sure.
Apologize, it won't be on the website, and I'm sorry for that. Real quick, that's just a picture I took. That's on Wilkie Street looking west on 200 North at 6:57 tonight. I don't know if you guys can see the traffic backed up. That is because currently they are doing an open house right now. Okay, the traffic they're having for that is nothing compared to what the school is going to be like. So I know that, and I know you've all been inundated, and I apologize, and I appreciate all that you're doing. But I would like to make a few personal recommendations. I'm not speaking just for the community council, and I am not their representative, but I'm trying to bring some concerns I have. We really, really need a traffic light. And I know, Mayor, and I apologize to play the devil's advocate, but I honestly feel like a roundabout would be very unwise. I lived near Snowhorse before, and I can't tell you, a year that I lived there, I probably was hit almost hit 3 to 4 times, and I know how to drive a roundabout. Heck, I was in Peru. I know how bad they can get. Okay. A roundabout, in my opinion, with kids trying to cross it is a very unwise. I feel like we need a street light. So just a recommendation, please, I would consider that. If there's any way we can get any faster. Because here's the thing too. I know the Davis School District is saying they want you to cross on this side and on this side. We all know if we were all asked to, instead of take I-15 south to work, we're supposed to take the side streets, asked how many people would really do that? We as adults, okay? Kids are going to bike and they're going to walk on 200 North, and I appreciate that they have already started working on trying to get the sidewalks. Even though you kind of ask, why is it taking so long to work on this? Is the only thing I mean, I understand there are certain things in eminent domain you don't want to take it over, but it'd be nice if we could have sure worked on this a whole lot sooner, because as a community council and as the school district and the principal, we're all kind of stuck going, we don't know what to do. And we kind of even said in the meeting, do we start cattle herding them in the middle of the street? Jokingly, I don't think we'd do it, but We need to figure something out. I know that the Davis School District is doing some busing, but I know, for example, painting white lines, that will not be sufficient. I can't tell you the bike path next to Smith's, and I'll apologize, I'm not the best either at stopping, and I know it's the law, but you stick kids out there, they will get hit if it's just lines painted. We need more, and I know that they were talking, I'll hurry and finish here, if we could do some lights or something, we need more than just lines painted, because kids are gonna walk out in front of it, they're going to get hit. Angel Street, people aren't gonna stop. So I don't know if, maybe I need to go to a planning commission meeting and try and address with them. Is that the best way to handle this?
We'll address it after the call to the public, your question. Make some recommendations.
Anyway, but thank you again, okay?
Thank you. Any other items for call to the public? Seeing none, we'll close call to the public. We appreciate all of the comments that have been shared. A couple of the things maybe I'll just touch on briefly. I think one of the questions that I wrote down was what is the vision of the parade, and I think that's something that will probably become a natural discussion as we get to that agenda item. But I would concur with what has been said or suggested, that what we have currently I think is a pretty dang good vision. If you were to say what would be a perfect parade, I would point at what we currently have. I think I shared at our last city council meeting that as I came from an event at Hill Air Force Base, one of the generals that flew in from the Pentagon said, "We were just talking about your parade earlier today." So as they were flying out, and he had attended our parade, not this past year, but the year before, previously stationed in Hawaii, and said, prior to coming here, I thought Hawaii had the best 4th of July celebrations until I came to Kaysville. So, at least for me, just one person, I would say the way that we're doing it currently is pretty dang awesome. In regards to the letter, Mr. Larson, that you shared with me 4 years ago, I'm not prepared to give you an answer because I still believe I have the letter, but I don't candidly recall the contents, the details, and how it relates to the question you asked. But I will find it, I'll review it, and I will get back with you with an answer. Be very happy to do that. The other question was asked about who ordered the audit. I'll address that as well when we get to that agenda item, but just in short, I think the reason what they even raised it, at least for me, to reaching out to them in the first place, the state auditor's office, was the question about were the funds used for personal purposes. I had a lot of people calling and asking that question. My initial phone call to them was more advice than it was a request, but their response was, we've had several requests or calls already. We're going to review this regardless, but we can talk about that when we get to the point. And then just briefly, Case Creek Elementary and sidewalks. That is something that is really an issue and really a concern that we need to consider. Part of the issue is the elementary school. We talked about this a couple years ago about how they access the neighborhood. We made some modifications. The difficult part from the city's standpoint is knowing what the school district is going to bus, what they're not going to bus. The school has been announced for some time, but the boundaries of that school and who is going to actually attend it and who is going to be bused and who is going to walk has not been known for as long of a time. That intersection of Angel Street and 2nd North is on the traffic, if I'm thinking of the right ones, the traffic mitigation improvement plan for Wasatch Front Regional Council, which means like Flint Street and 2nd North, it qualifies for funding to help construct an improved intersection at that location. It has been on the list for several years. That being said, when it qualified for the list, nobody knew an elementary school was coming at that location. So the good folks at the planning organization, Wasatch Front Regional Council, said, we're going to help construct something that functions here, whether or not it's a roundabout or a traffic signal, is a future discussion. But since that was put on the long-term list, right now I believe it's slated for 2019, the school wasn't even on their radar. 2-3 weeks ago, I reached out to the region director and asked him to reach out to Region 1 Director for UDOT and asked him to reach out to Wasatch Front and see if we could have a conversation about fast-tracking that project. Because when they program the timing and program the funding, school wasn't on the radar, and now we're going to ask that it be fast-tracked. We've also had a conversation with the developer on that property and talked to them about possibly trying to work something out. Even they'll have to put in curb gutter and sidewalk once they develop regardless. That'll be their responsibility. The timing of when we need it and the timing of when they might do it aren't really syncing up either, but we're very conscious of it, and we're pursuing it just as quickly as we can. So hopefully in the next 2 weeks, so by either our next meeting or the following one, we will have had some kind of conversation with the developer, with Wasatch Front Regional Council. And again, the schools are also who provide us the safe walking routes and says, here's our most hazardous area, here's where we want you to prioritize, and we'll do our best to do that. Do you have a nice?
Yeah, we'll give Dean a chance. And there was another guy who was standing up this week.
Did you have something you wanted to add, Councilmember Adams?
Just in lieu of a couple concerns up here, Dean, would you mind or take an opportunity here to talk about liability insurance concerning the 4th of July water parade, specifically the measures that were taken there and that you took?
I'm not prepared to say anything, but I can certainly give a general overview on our insurance. The city has several levels of insurance, several insurance policies in place, including property, auto, law enforcement, liability, several coverages in place. I guess the issue you're asking about is whether the liability insurance that the city carries would be adequate for the events, as Mr. Robinson has talked about. We believe that after consulting with our insurance advisor that is a listed event on our liability insurance. It is a covered risk. Now, of course, until a claim is made, you don't know exactly what might happen. You'd have to know the context of the claim, is how it happened, why it happened, various issues, but that is a covered risk on our liability policy.
So measures were taken. We did take the responsible measures to address that.
I know Mr. Garfield raised some questions related to the parade, and I conferred with him and contacted our insurance company, and they responded saying it is a covered risk. But again, until a claim is made, it's hard to really understand the context of it.
Yeah, and only by way of clearing up confusion, there was never, Shane, in your comment in Mr. Dave Robinson's letter, spoke about specific equipment being insured for my crew and my guys. That was never what we were, because I addressed insurance with Dean. That's actually what stopped the parade from being a go until June 15th. But it was never a matter of insuring personal equipment. It was just a matter of making sure the public would be protected. I think there was somebody in the back row that was halfway stood up when we called the public out. I'll defer that to you, Mayor, if that's appropriate or not.
Was there someone that was attempting to come forward that we didn't recognize?
I just walked in late. I had a parent-athlete meeting.
I saw it. We'll go ahead and share your comment, yes.
So Ryan Goodfellow, the water fight, the parade, there's been other years that we've done the water fight with my family, and they're from California, and they really enjoy coming up and seeing how things go and being a part of the water fight. They can't believe how much effort's put into it. And just from the previous council meetings, I hope you guys realize how much effort's put into it. And I think just how important it is for the city of Kaysville, because there's a lot of people who come from other cities and other states to be a part of the parade, the water fight. And it's amazing to me to see how many people stick around after the parade and then join in with the water fight. So I hope that all this stuff that's going on, I hope that it doesn't overshadow just how much fun it is and how important it is to have it. And I think that Councilman Adams, I think it's pretty commendable that he allows all of us to be able to have fun with the use of his fire truck, and that he puts it together, which I don't know how many other ones in here will do it, let alone public. Who else in Kaysville City will do it? So I know he gets grilled a lot. I think a lot of us are hard on him at times, but I think we got to look at the positive side of what the water fight does for the parade. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Goodfellow.
I know you've closed it, but you've opened it again. We have a conflict between the information provided by the city manager, information provided by the
We'll address the liability insurance discussion when we get to that point in the program. I extended this opportunity or this courtesy to Mr. Goodfellow, as I understood the comment. He was attempting to come forward as I was closing the meeting and didn't notice his coming forward, and that's why I extended that opportunity. But we will address that in more detail when we get to that point. Thank you. The next on our agenda is appointment of Parks and Recreation Supervisor. Mr. Scott.
Yes, as you know, we hire our department heads by recommendation from city manager, but by the consent of the council. I'm very excited and pleased to present Cole Stevens as the replacement for Vance Garfield, with tremendous shoes to fill in the parks as a Parks and Rec supervisor, and I would present that. I did joke with Cole that we did change his job description slightly to include city council photographer. That was kind of surprising to him, but nevertheless, I feel like there's a great deal of consensus, at least with staff, in making that presentation to you.
Thank you. Council, you have a presentation for appointment of Parks and Recreation Supervisor, which requires consent of the council. It's a city manager appointment, but the council does give their consent before that can be official. Welcome any comments, questions, or a motion.
I would love to make a comment. We heard earlier, and I'm sorry, Vance, I'm going to make some comments here, and you're just going to have to sit through them. So you have to put up with them. I know you don't like praise and recognition, and that's not why I'm saying it, because you like it, but maybe I'm saying it because you don't. I don't know, but anyway, I would like to commend Vance for the tremendous work he's done, 33 years. Outstanding. Our Parks and Recreation Department is one of the best run, I think, in the state. We have outstanding parks, we have outstanding recreation programs, and it's not all because of Vance. It's because he's been great at getting a team around him of tremendous people, and we have a wonderful Parks and Rec Department, staffed front to back with wonderful people. As sad as I am that Vance is retiring and that he won't be around anymore, I've had a lot of direct interactions with Vance over the last number of years. The only thing that actually makes that a positive for me is that Cole is stepping in to fill those shoes. And I think that's a wonderful recommendation, a wonderful pick for the superintendent of the department. And I highly approve of Cole Stevens to be the new supervisor. And we'll make a motion if we need that. I don't know if we need that, or do we need just formal? Are you looking for a motion?
We need a motion. Yeah.
Okay,
I
fair
think
enough.
so.
And I would make a motion, and we'll have other discussion too, but I'll make a motion that we go ahead and appoint Cole Stevens as the new Parks and Rec supervisor.
Second the motion.
Thank you. There's a motion by Councilmember Snell and a second by Councilmember Adams. Further discussion, Mr. Adams?
Further discussion?
Did you have something you wanted to add? I'm sorry.
Just in case we don't get a chance later on, thank you, Vance, for the spirit that you've cultivated here in K-Town for all of us, for the 33 years of love that you've poured out to everyone, and your ability to accept everyone around you, no matter who they are, what they think, what they believe. You walk right next to someone who's near and dear to all of our hearts that we hope to meet one day. You walk next to him, and I thank you, Vance, for what you've done for the city of Kaysville.
And Mayor, I'd just like to make one additional comment. Last year, before I was on the council, I decided I wanted to kind of learn a little bit about the different departments, so I scheduled a sort of a tour with Vance, and he took me around and showed me all the operations. But I noticed in his office one thing that really caught my eye, and you can, once you get to know Vance, I didn't know Vance before that, but this makes perfect sense. But on his wall in his office, he has a picture of all the permanent employees who work with him on the team. And I thought, I just don't, I've heard a lot of people talk about recognizing your employees and being a team. I don't think I've ever been in anyone's office where they actually have all their employees there in their office. And it was obvious that how much he respects his team, and that just really impressed me. And also, I just want to say, Cole, welcome. The interaction I've had with you is very positive, and it's great to have you fill these big shoes. So thank you.
Yeah, and I agree with that. We're gonna miss you, Vance, but I know Cole well, and I think in fact, I know he'll do a wonderful job. They really think alike, and public service is and the concern for the citizens is their big calling card, and I appreciate that very much.
Vance, I remember our conversation saying, don't do anything, don't say, and so I'm having this internal conflict, but I think I said it probably enough earlier, but genuinely, I think we have an entire community that of anyone who has had any experience of you whatsoever. We had a gentleman who took a picture of Vance at the Kaysville Cemetery on Memorial Day morning at the break of dawn, raising the flag, which I think he has done for how many years now? 30. And he made this picture on canvas that talked about patriotism, and he made 2 of them, and I'm not sure what happened to the other one, but he said, I have an extra one here. So it's actually hanging on my wall. So I would jokingly say, I like Vance so much, I have a picture of him on my wall in my office. It's more just a little silhouette of Vance, but Vance, you are truly a gentleman and an amazing individual. Cole, you have been trained by the best of the best, and we couldn't, how long have you worked here now, Cole, for the city? A while, all right. Well, you have a while of training, and we couldn't have asked for anybody to help train you. So we do have a motion and a second on the table. If there's no further discussion, I would invite Mr. Garn to start a vote.
Aye.
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 Thank you. Voting is unanimous, 4-0. Congratulations. Next on our agenda is interlocal agreement.
Can we have Cole stand up?
Oh yeah, that's a great suggestion. Cole? Maybe we should have waited and had you say something before we voted. You want to retract the vote?
Can we get a picture with him and Vance?
Thank you for that suggestion. Congratulations, Cole. Thank you, Vance. All right, next on our agenda is interlocal agreement with Davis County for UPDES general permit. I assume you're going to tell us what that means.
I am. It's the Utah Pollutant Discharge Elimination System. And this is simply an agreement between Davis County and all the cities. It's quite a long agreement, but about 5/6 of it is signature pages between all the cities in the county. Essentially, this is just an organization that allows us to get together on requirements that we have, having a storm drain system. We get together as a county in educating our populace. We may have this organization get together with elementary schools and squirt them with clean water and dirty water and ask the kids which water's better, those kinds of things in an effort to keep our storm drain pipes clean and that sort of thing. So this is a 5-year agreement and something we've entered into the past, and obviously I'd encourage your continued support of this organization.
So that, this is not the first time we've made this agreement.
No.
Has it been 5 years since it was last approved?
Yeah, that's
And now we're
correct.
renewing it every 5 years?
That's
Is that-
correct.
Okay.
Is there a cost with it?
No, there's a cost section that just says that we all have our own systems, we all participate in our own costs, so, no.
I'll make a motion that we approve the interlocal agreement with Davis County for UPDES general permit.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Thank you. A motion by Councilmember Snell and a second by Councilmember Page for approval as outlined. Any further discussion? Councilmember Adams, you start a vote?
Aye.
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 Thank you. The voting is unanimous. Next item on our agenda is Kaysville City Hall security upgrades.
Mayor, if you don't mind, I'll kick this one off as well. We have in your packet 4 bids for some upgrades here in the city. Security has become an issue. It's been an issue for years, but we've kind of transitioned through the city in a couple of different buildings and tried to put in a little bit added security, mostly in the form of fobs and in an effort to control who can and can't enter buildings. Obviously, police and fire were our first priorities, and those have been, for the most part, taken care of. We feel this building is the next on the list. I think we are comfortable with the low bid. There's another contractor there that we have used in the past that we thought would maybe be the low bid, but I think that Ryan has really vetted these 4 companies and feels comfortable with the low bid that we'll get what we're paying for. The main thing I think I would like you to know is that we haven't budgeted for this. So this has been something that we felt as a staff is important, and I feel like I've gotten feedback from you as council that this is something that we want to act on now rather than wait till next year. We do have other buildings we'd like to continue to do in this same process, including the Parks and Recreation building and the Operations Center. Again, we didn't budget for this. Can we afford to do it? Absolutely. I think the low bid is just over $10,000. So if you think it can wait, we can wait on it. But again, the feedback I've received from you is that this is something we need to act on sooner rather than later.
Can you maybe go over just generally what we have now and what we're presenting here?
Let's kick that to Ryan. And Ryan, if I left anything else out, let me know. But maybe tell us what we have and what we would be getting.
So currently we have an S2 system, and it's at the police station, so it controls basically all the door access at the police station. We expanded that to the fire station a couple of years ago. Actually, when we demoed the old police station, it was there, and we moved it over into the new one. And we have some gate access control, the operations center right now that has that access control there too. So it comprises of just a few pieces. There's like a server and then a node at each location that kind of controls the doors. That's the gist of it.
Right now in the city, we have locks on the doors, mainly the 3 doors. So we tend to remember to lock those. But I have come here at night in my 2 months and had the back door open. We don't know if people are accessing the doors at all hours. This would allow us to not only have those doors automatically locked, but also we would be able to track who's coming and going if we needed to. Anything else that it brings that we don't currently have in this building?
What was the question?
Is there anything else that this upgrade would bring that we don't currently have that I'm not mentioning?
Yeah, you mentioned everything really.
This doesn't include any additional cameras or anything like that. This is only door access.
This is just door access. Yeah, what it would do is it would automate the front 2 doors, the public access doors on the north and south side. It would automate the door that's on the east side for the building department, so they would have access. It's just right here on the other side of this wall. And then it would automate the door, the employee entrance door on the east. And then we have 2 lobby doors here that access the employee area. And it would provide access and control for that area too, so.
And the hardware itself, if there were ever to be a future configuration change of the doors here at City Hall, it sounds like you moved it from the old police station to the new. Is that also transferable, I guess?
Yeah, actually, what we did is we moved the equipment from the old police station to the fire station, and then we put new equipment in the police station. So we did reuse that equipment there, and but we could do the same thing here, yeah. If there was a renovation here.
How'd the fire hall feel about that?
It worked out great.
They got the hand-me-down?
They did get a hand-me-down, but it cost us a lot less money, so.
The luxury is with turnover, though, you can turn off the fob, right?
That's
right.
right.
Now we have keys, and you can just deactivate the fob. And
That's right, yeah. So with the high turnover, especially in the fire department, we can control each individual's user's access. So it allows, a great deal of security for the fire department, where they're in the building for 24 hours a day and sleeping and things like that. So they don't have a code that they used to have to type in that they shared around with friends and family and to access the fire station. So it's pretty much buttoned down to the fire department, yeah.
So it is a key fob rather than a security badge for authorized employees to?
It is a fob, or it can be a badge. The police department have turned their fobs into badges also. So it's just a proximity card. Yeah, it looks like a credit card with their picture on it.
And is that included in the cost to have those key fobs as part of the $10,000?
No, that's not. We would have to generate, actually it is. At the bottom of it, I included 10% over the bid price to cover the additional costs that are involved. And about 50 cards is like $250 or something like that. I don't know the exact number, but.
Okay, and I think this is money well spent, and the timing, it needs to be, the risk is much greater in my mind of something happening than the cost. Having said that, though, in a situation like this, and maybe this question for you, Dean or Shane, where it's not on the budget, and you have to obviously balance the budget, where does that go exactly? How do you account for an extra budgetary item?
We propose it to be a capital projects fund item, and then later on this year, we'll actually have you amend that budget for the capital projects fund.
Thank you.
so the money's there, that's what you're saying?
There's money in that fund, yes.
Well, Jake and I got the cheat sheet earlier with Ryan. He's done a lot of homework on this. I'll motion that we approve the Kaysville City Hall security upgrades.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second for approval as outlined. Any further discussion?
And that's by granting, just to clarify, granting to the lowest bidder. Is that?
Oh, I figured that without saying, but yes, add that in there.
Okay.
I agree. Yep.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Mr. Snell, will you start a vote?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Next on our agenda is discussion of paperless city council meetings.
Well, what do you think? Again, something that Ryan and Maria and I have talked about is the idea of I don't want to use the word forcing, but encouraging you to use tablets, maybe laptops, in lieu of paper. A couple of things have come up. One of them was real telling to me last meeting when all of you had access to a map of a subdivision that didn't have the new trail on it, I believe. And I think this kind of thing would be eliminated by going paperless, in that as plans change, as documents are refined, we would replace those documents in one place. So you would always be looking at the most recent document. I think that's one of the major selling points. The second is just the time and effort that Maria spends in printing things. As things are printed, then if there are changes, she prints them again, makes 7 or 8 copies each time. It can be not only laborious, it can be costly. The downside is that we would be sitting all up here with our laptops or tablets, and sometimes that doesn't look as friendly to others as it can. We would have maybe a technological learning curve, if you will. I think based on my conversations with Ryan, he would prefer that we make this an opportunity for the city to purchase something for you. He's not going to say you should do this or that, but something that you're comfortable with, that you can bring, but it's your device. That's the important part, is that we don't want you taking city devices out into the world and putting all kinds of viruses on them and everything else. But something that you could bring to the council meeting to use, and also have it be a personal device. If you want to get into the weeds on what that looks like, we're happy to do that. If you want to simply give staff direction that this is something you're okay with, that's fine. If you're completely against this idea and you like your paper, that's okay too. But we wanted to give you this option, and I feel like this is a less expensive option, and one that's probably a little bit more. Sorry, were you going to say something? Okay.
Not before you
Okay,
finished.
so just something that would be less work on the staff part.
I imagine it could be something that would pay for itself.
Absolutely.
Over time.
I do have some
waiting on
studies and some things, if you'd like to look at those, that show that it would pay for itself.
I think part of it the important part would be content accessibility and organization, meaning if we were talking about an agenda that we can review and something hyperlinked where we're touching an agenda item, it takes us to the staff report, that could be very helpful. If I had an agenda and I was trying to conduct a meeting and I was going like this through, I think it was 49 pages in tonight's packet, and it's a relatively light agenda, trying to do this to find where we're at. So that also probably comes with some additional staff work, and that you would have to either create a series of files or a PDF that hyperlinks to each of the agenda items, or something along those lines.
Mayor, I'd almost argue that that's easier for staff, because then as one document changes, we just make that document, the new document, the same name, and just simply overwrite it in a folder on Dropbox or Google Docs. And then you're always looking at the most recent updated copy.
And Mayor, let me make first to say that I'm very supportive of the idea. I like the idea of going electronic, but but my first thought was the same as yours. And I think the way that's addressed sometimes is by having dual screens. Now, I don't think we should do that here, but the suggestion that because you want to look at two documents, you don't necessarily, sometimes you got the agenda here, I've got the agenda here, I've got my working documents here, and then I sort of have a system. But if you wanted to print out something like the agenda, or as you're mentioning the learning curve, so that you do have 2 points of reference, but then for the other parts to be able to go through electronically, I think those things can be worked out, a new system, and we get comfortable with it. My concern has more to do with not the technology or using it, which I think is a great idea, but just how we budget for that, account for it, and also usage by council members to have some sort of rules in place of, okay, this is you mentioned it's not a city laptop, but I just want to explore that a little bit to make sure that there's no conflict of interest with personal use, or how much city council people get paid. If there's a personal use element to it, then I just would like to think through some of those issues. But as far as the technology is concerned, I think it's a great idea.
Paperless, I think, is a great idea. I share some of that sentiment on the devices itself. I personally wouldn't prefer one, just the cost and all that and the other. What about 2 screens mounted on the truss up there, and somebody's over there just controlling them and keeping us in check? Then we're all in check. Throw the paper away. Because you're already sending to our Dropboxes, to our personal devices all week, or all month long. So we have that on our personal. So if you're saying when we're here, and just so you don't have to mail these packets to us anymore or whatever, you email them to us, and then when we're here, we're all kind of paying attention to the room more than we are our devices, like Mayor's saying, and then we just have 1 or 2 screens up there. Or 1 screen split. I don't know. What do you think, Ryan?
I think it's a fantastic
You're the
idea. In
tech.
fact, we've looked at that in the past, where we've investigated upgrading the audio visual of this room, adding monitors and upgrading our audio equipment. So we've actually done that in the past. Did we try to put it in the budget? I think it.
We had it in the budget previously.
We had it in the budget previously, but we had to take it out, yeah.
Well, we actually had it in the budget for 1 year. It kind of developed into a conversation of if we install either screens or if we install in smaller screens for each of us, because that, depending on your vision ability, that if you want something here closer, if you want something up there. And then we started saying, okay, well, in order to get something wired, you'd have to take off this top, and if you were going to do that, do you try and move the council desk up a little bit? And then all of a sudden, if you're going to make structural changes, do you look, and anyway, and it just, we were trying to just keep it into this small upgrade, and it kept on trying to go like this, and it might be worth reconsidering that again.
Arguably be less expensive that way, but if you did go a route where you put them up here, the only question would be, like a lot of times I want to refer back, well, what if the whole group doesn't want to refer back to the document I want to look at? And so I would suggest if you go that route, that the technology allow, even if there's, no appropriation for a device for us to use that the city pays for, that we'd be able to use our own device, just our personal device, in case we wanted to, scroll through. So there's a lot of ways you could do it, but as far as actually using the technology, that would, all for it.
That's where I'm at. Device cost, not so for, but yeah, my personal device, yeah, it's a good idea.
One thing that I'd like to look at too is I'd really like to improve what we have here. This is a hard screen for anybody in the audience to be able to even see.
Are you the one Mayor was talking about with the vision thing?
I just know that I wish we didn't have the trusses here. I hope they're not just for looks. But, I remember going to a city council meeting where the things that they were talking about and what the city council was looking at was actually behind the city council on a big screen for everybody in the audience to be able to view. And I thought that was really impressive, and I don't think we can do it because of the way that we're set up here. We'd have to make some changes, but I would like to have something where, the citizens can actually see these kind of things as well and be looking at the things that we're looking at, and I think that that'd be a wonderful thing for them as well.
We had part of that discussion, and Ryan did a lot of work on it, was actually having a screen that came out from the wall. I believe it was on a pivoting arm farther back on both sides for people who are in the audience to be able to see. I can't tell you how many times people get up out of their chairs over here and walk over here so they can see what we're talking about, and then that sometimes we can't even see what we're talking about, and they're trying to get their better vantage point. So these are all things that we were really close to moving on, but then the discussion went to adjusting the council desk. And then the discussion went to, if you're going to pull the desk out to install this stuff, do you move the desk to that side of the room and have a place to put the audio visual? And then you start talking about moving to that side of the room, and then again the conversation just started going to what we wanted to do. There were some key things. We wanted to have better visual for those in attendance. We wanted to have better audio visual. This actually has not given us near as many fits, but that microphone used to never work. We talked about a roaming mic. We talked about a hearing device where if someone in the audience says, I can't hear very well, do you have something that I can check out? Having 4 or 5 devices where they could put something where it would amplify for their hearing. There are a few different things that we talked about. I think we even bid, or at least you did something.
Yeah,
and then
we actually had a whole plan developed for the audiovisual equipment, so I've got drawings in my office for it.
But it installed those improvements. So I think maybe that could be part of the overall discussion as well. Because with some of those things, as was mentioned, individual devices may be less necessary if we had something more easy for us to access. Now, I'm the one up here with 4 stacks of paper, so maybe I'm just a little, I'm really not that old-fashioned, but it would have to be something that we could see and be functional.
if we're going to do more than some of those things, you can't hold me to the fact that it's going to pay for itself anymore. Okay. Yeah.
You gotta make that
As soon as
happen,
we buy a TV, that's not going to happen.
No, I think it is an important thing. You know, in my line of work, we deal with electronic medical records, and the talk is always to go paperless, and just to make sure we all understand, there's really never anything that's truly paperless.
Right.
That doesn't exist,
Yeah.
but we can certainly go more paperless
Yeah.
than we are today.
And we
I
can
think
try
it's
some things that are very inexpensive, and if they don't work, we can go back to, not back to the drawing board, but we can certainly change course too.
Sure. No, I think it's certainly worth pursuing and you know, having some options to debate and discuss in the future.
Great.
So it sounds like you've got some guidance to come up with a proposal of some fashion, and
Great. We'll
I think
do
it sounds
that.
like you support the concept.
Yes.
All right, I don't think we need a motion or official action there. I think just some direction to staff is sufficient.
I agree.
Next on our agenda then is review of proposed job description changes and grade classifications.
Yes, following up with our discussion from last time, you have in your packets a couple of job description changes and some grade classifications that are established. One key change or point of discussion is we talked about removing the city engineer title from our current community development director and placing that on the public works superintendent. After discussing that with Dean and with Andy as well, I've kind of reversed my not reversed, but changed my course a little bit in that I think maybe it might be more prudent to make this person an assistant city engineer. And the reason I say that is because there are some not only city ordinances, but state guidelines in what your city engineer is, who he is, what he does, that may be a little bit more difficult to unwind with Andy. But if we make that public works superintendent also the assistant city engineer, I think we would also keep the requirements the same in the hiring process, and also allow them to do a lot of the engineering work that we're hopeful that they can do. So I guess my argument would be, we're not really changing the substance of what their job will be. It would just be a title that would help us to not have to completely unwind a bunch of ordinances and other things that we would and obviously Andy would remain very involved in engineering type activities. That wouldn't change regardless of how we do that. So other than that, I think it's how we discussed, and of course we'd like to get going as soon as we possibly can. So
Discussion, council?
So we're considering, you got a comment in there, we're considering doing some engineering in-house going
Yes.
forward. So any estimates on cost savings to the city, projections, or?
that might be something we can look toward as far as getting you numbers. I couldn't even begin to guess right now, but I think the our overarching idea is to say Andy has been serving as a city engineer / community development director, and it's a big job. It takes a lot of time. I think that was very evident at our last development meeting when he wasn't there, and we went around the room and talked about our different projects, and we said, well, we'll ask Andy when he gets back. We'll ask Andy when he gets back. That happened a great deal. So he's obviously has a tremendous amount of value to us in that regard. But at the same time, one thing that Andy doesn't do very much of is actual AutoCAD engineering. He doesn't do a lot of the bidding out of small projects. If we have something that's in the $15,000 to $50,000 range, I would think that this assistant city engineer would be capable of putting together a proposal and something we wouldn't have to farm out to an outside engineering firm. So we could do a lot more in-house engineering. This may take some software purchases, it may take some of those other things, but they also would be obviously responsible for the day-to-day operations of the Public Works Department, the budget, the procurement would be a big issue down there, and that kind of thing. So I think there would be some definite cost savings to the city in making this classification change, but I would really be hesitant to give you real numbers.
I agree with you. It seems common sense and practical that it will, and then having 2 engineers on staff, that really not additional cost seems to make a lot of sense, and have them be doing some in-house work, performing in-house, and And I think I'm going to assume that where he works for the team with us, he'll look for ways to value engineer things too, and even save us more money.
Absolutely.
So, brilliant idea.
I think a real big direction there too is that community development and public works need to work together as efficiently as possible to meet the needs and the goals of the city.
Well, the engineers can now bounce ideas off one another.
Right, in engineer language.
Yeah.
They probably don't even need to speak, they just look at each other.
Hey, let me ask a question here on, see, this is when it'd be nice to have this on the screen, but you guys don't get to see it. So basically Andy will remain at grade 12. Now, when you have the public works superintendent and this assistant city engineer from 11.5 to a 12, is that going to be enough or substantial to get an engineer to take that position that'll help us? Here's the concern I have right now with the way that our system's set up. We're outsourcing most of our engineering. And I guess my concern is we need to be hiring somebody that not only understands that, so we're able to do most of our stuff in-house, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I guess we got to make sure that we have the pay scale to the position, and make sure we have somebody with the expertise to be able to handle these things without. I mean, I wouldn't be very happy if all of a sudden we hire an assistant engineer, and then we have Andy as well, and then we're still subbing out to all these engineers. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. I completely agree. This is something Dean and I spoke about. We do believe that we can get somebody on that range. There would be probably some flexibility there. Some, depends on experience type verbiage in the job description. But we believe we can. We believe we can. I think if you're trying to pin somebody down on the ideal candidate, that's somebody that would have a few years of experience as a professional engineer, as a PE, but also may have some municipal experience, and I think that would be very valuable. Maybe not absolutely necessary, but something that would be very valuable. And then I think our direction to them would be, as public works and supervision of public works is your number one priority, but followed by a close second is doing as much in-house engineering as we possibly can.
And only half a step below the chief engineer. Am I reading this right? So he'll be 11.5 on the grade.
Actually, the same.
Actually,
he'd go from
His range will be
11.5 to 12.
11.5 to 12. That's what we'll offer.
No, I'm sorry. So the grade would go from 11.5 to the grade 12, and on the grade 12, there's a range of 12 steps as well. So the range would actually be on the step process, not on the grade. So we'd actually be moving what was the public works superintendent that was on 11.5 to this assistant city engineer public works superintendent to a 12. Does that make sense?
Yes. Not a bad place to start at. I think that would entice somebody.
And that's on par with our other department heads, similar ranges and similar steps.
Two questions. One, the Public Works foreman position, is that a position that's already there and it's just being reclassified from 9.5 to 10?
It kind of is there and kind of isn't there, in that the director of that department has been the Public Works superintendent. And so I think as we reclassify that to a more, I hate to use the terms, white collar, blue collar. I don't think that's exactly how this goes, but probably less of a person that's in the field and more of a person that is in the office. We will be requiring them to do engineering, some other things that will take their time. That would be a reclassification of the foreman of that department that's more involved in the day-to-day repairing of water lines, somebody that is in the trenches and that can supervise the employees to do those important things.
That makes sense, and that, I think, answers my second question, which is, obviously, the current superintendent is not doing engineering, and that's being farmed out. But I'm sure he's doing management, administrative. Maybe he's getting out in the field. I don't know all that he does. But if the new superintendent is doing a lot more engineering, the question is, would the Public Works foreman then pick up, or others pick up, some of those duties that the current superintendent is doing?
If I may, were I liaison this department, I don't think that would really be a problem. I think the existing foreman right now is carrying the majority of the day-to-day operations, or has for a few years now. So I don't think it would really change that too drastically and logistically what's happening down there right now. I don't know if Shane feels differently, but.
Well, in talking with the current foreman, who's Cody, I think he has a level of excitement in that he can focus on some of those day-to-day repairs, the things that are going to keep, when you go to turn your water on, the water goes on. Whereas that maybe his supervisor in this case, this new hire, would be someone that is more administrative. It can take the budget, the procurement, the bidding, all of that out of the current public works, and let them concentrate on those kinds of things. And I think that's kind of the thing that has allowed Cody to be a little bit excited about this potential change as well. So.
Well, the great thing is it's a $13 million budget in public works, so it'd be great to have an engineer also at the helm of that without the complete burden, I guess, of the day-to-day operations, but be in charge of it. So echoing on Jake, so that, and maybe Jake asked this, so is the foreman position getting a grade step increase, or is it staying where it was?
It is changing as well. It's what is it?
It's a half a grade.
It's going half a grade up as well, which is consistent with also, as the other thing was consistent with department heads, this would be more consistent with your number twos, if you will, your lieutenants, your those that are answering to a department head, I guess you will.
Isn't that the role that this is being filled by this position right now? If that's, I think he's kind of the number 2 lieutenant right now. Is that really at merit of a grade step mid-season? I know we just approved all the grade steps in the budget. I think this might open up for other employees to say, hey, why can't I become eligible? I don't think the duties are changing.
I would argue that they are to some degree. I think just having not only number one, having the current him being the acting public works director. I think that as we change this job description a lot, I think that's going to, I think you would say, well, he's been doing this job for a number of years, and that probably to some degree that is true. But I think as we make that an official designation of you're in charge of day-to-day operations, I think that is a job change for him, and something that I think it would be unique for him to be able to make that change and be different in that regard. I think I understand what you're saying in that he may be already doing that job, but obviously things have changed a great deal with the change in leadership there in the Public Works Department over the last couple of weeks. Whether that's changed drastically or not is probably open to interpretation and discussion, but officially things have changed a great deal there, and with this reclassification of that will also change a great deal. Now, is he excited about maybe some of those things being somebody else's responsibility, budgeting, those kinds of things? Sure, he probably is, but there's still a lot on that foreman position, and I think the grade change is commensurate with that level of responsibility.
I think it's all great overall. That would be the only thing I'd be indifferent on. I'd rather wait through time to see if the load increased for that position is all. After the observations I made, I think the load's there already, and I think he'll actually have quite a bit of load lightened with the new guy coming in. So that'd be the only indifference here.
For me, up until 2 or 3 weeks ago, my interactions with Cody were very, very small, and now they are very, very great. And obviously, with this hire, they will be less again. But I'd still, I guess I would make the argument that there's going to be added responsibility there, official added responsibility that we're going to hold him to. So.
Thanks for the explanation.
I think this is a good strategy. I think it's a new position, obviously. There's been a lot in the news and whatnot lately about the former superintendent of public works or supervisor of public works. And now with this job change, I think that the level of that particular position is going to be different. The level of what will be required of that particular position, especially with regards to engineering, as we've already discussed. And I think there will be even better I think cohesion is what we're hoping to get between community development and public works, and coordination maybe is a better word for that. Having two engineers working together and interfacing, I think, is going to be an improvement there. I think it's an all-around great strategy for transitioning into the future for that department, well, for the two departments really. But so I support you in this. Do we need a motion, Mayor, to make these changes?
We need a motion for something, yes. If it's to make these changes, then that motion would work too, so.
Fair enough. Well, I'll make a motion that we make the changes as outlined to the Community Development Director, City Engineer position, as well as the Superintendent/Assistant City Engineer position, and then the restructure and grade classifications for both of those positions and the Public Works Foreman position, as outlined.
I'll second.
We have thank you. We have a motion by Councilmember Snell and a second by Councilmember Garn as outlined. Any further discussion? Then you would just say, make a substitute motion
Right now? I'd only make a substitute motion that we follow that motion directly and give it a little bit more time to evaluate the grade step for the current staff member and see how that plays out in lieu of fairness to all the other employees in the city who might think, because we've already gone through all the step increases for the year. So being midship, that's my only concern there. So I'll substitute motion to Chris's motion, just with that exception that we withhold from that at this time.
Thank you. So we have, original motion was as outlined, including number 3, Public Works Foreman being a 9.5, going from a 9.5 to a 10. Councilmember Adams' substitute motion is the same motion with the exception of number 3, maintaining the grade classification for the Public Works Foreman position at a 9.5 and not changing it to a 10 at this time. Did I catch that right? Okay. Is there a second to the substitute motion? All right, hearing no second to the substitute motion, we revert back to the original motion. Any further discussion on that?
The only thing I'd like to say is I think we need to be in the middle of this to make sure we get the right person for that job. I mean, that's the only concern I have is I think this is a great position, but if it's not the right person, I could just see it's another person on the payroll. And if it's not going to improve that situation, I don't think that we need it. So my big concern is I want to make sure that we get a person that is very strong in the engineering area where they'll be able to save the city money and not have to outsource that all the time. And then also I do agree with what our city manager is trying to do, because hopefully this new position, number 2 here, the Public Works Supervisor and Assistant City Manager, I think that they need to reach out to the people. And I think that his job should be not only better educated on what's going on, and I just know that when a person has to do day-to-day operations constantly, it's pretty tough to stay on top of things. And I think that if this is done right, I think that the Public Works Foreman position should be busier, and it needs to be busier. And so I actually like what we have right here.
To Councilman Page's point, is there some flexibility within the grade 12 for the Public Works Superintendent, Assistant City Manager in those steps? Like, say you found the perfect person and he said, well, I can only come for this, I'm currently making, is there some flexibility in the offer? I mean, just because you're a grade 12, there's some flexibility within that grade, right, in the steps?
Dean, could you maybe tell us what we usually do? I absolutely think there is some flexibility in there. I mean, do you feel like there's a responsibility we have to start somebody at the first step with 5-6 years of experience, or with, I don't know what Kaysville's done in the past, but my answer would be yes.
Yeah, each city position is classified a grade, and a grade classification is based on several things: responsibility, job duties, functions, different things, and then within each grade there are steps that are part of that grade, and employees move along those steps based on performance reviews and different things. At the time of hire, if an employee, future employee comes in, prospective employee comes in, and they've got a lot of experience, a lot of background, you can certainly, based on the judgment of the city manager, you can place them anywhere on those steps within that grade. So the council sets the grade classification, what that position is valued to the city, and then the city manager makes placement of those steps within the grade. Does that answer your question?
That does, thank you.
The actual chart goes 1 to 12 down, and then 1 to 12, across. And so a grade 11, step 10 might be similar to a grade 12, step 1, but what you're really approving is that grade 12, and then you're giving the city manager the latitude to decide where they are within that. But in short, they could never go above grade 12, step 12. That would be the maximum under any circumstance, whether it be overtime or tenure or merit or anything else. So, all right, so we currently have a motion and a second on the table. Councilmember Page, will you start a vote for us?
Yeah. Aye.
Aye.
Nay in lieu of the exception.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 3-1. Thank you for that. Next on our agenda is review of, Utah State Auditor Report findings and recommendations. So to give a little bit of background on what has brought us to this point, there was some discussion in a previous city council meeting regarding expenses related to the 4th of July, and I'm going to try and give a little bit of context while answering a question as well. Part of, I don't maybe want to get into how the discussion came up, because I think we're probably beyond that, or how we got to that point. But up until after that meeting, we received requests or inquiries, if you will, from folks about whether or not the expenditures, and I think that's what we'll talk about, and I'm certainly not making a statement, just clarifying the questions that we received, whether or not the expenditures were or were not appropriate. I was asked to me earlier by Mr. Parrish regarding, did I call the state auditor's office? And I did telephone the state auditor's office shortly after that meeting to inquire more than anything for some advice. As I mentioned earlier, their response was, we've received several inquiries, so we'll be doing a review regardless. There is only one other time when I have reached out to the state auditor's office regarding something that was questionable, where I didn't feel like it was probably appropriate for me to make a judgment on whether or not something was appropriate, and that was regarding the public works, the funds, the cash that was made aware to us and the public works department, and also reached out to the state auditor's office to inquire of them regarding that issue. The short of that is still being reviewed in a different entity, and so we will wait for that entity, and that was kind of the response from the state auditor's office, was that's probably more of an internal review with your city manager, but you probably also want to wait until another entity who made you aware is concluded with their review. Those are the two times when I have reached out to the state auditor. On August 2nd, 2016, we received a response from the state auditor's office with some narrative and some recommendations, their findings and recommendations. We could go through and read the entire letter. I think the council has had an opportunity to read it, so I don't know that is necessary. But what I might recommend, because I think we want to have a fair and deliberate conversation regarding the findings, and there may be some insight that others want to provide that they might feel was not captured in this report, and I think it's appropriate for us to hear those. That being said, I'm going to recommend that we have a brief council discussion on each of the items individually, and I certainly don't want to suggest or guess that I know which ones are easiest, and that we start from easiest to hardest. But there might be that might be something that could be done. And so I'm going to.
Mayor, sorry to interrupt. Could I make one point of procedure since we're going to go through these? And I don't know the best way to do this, but I just have a concern on item 2. That's the only one that Councilman Adams has a conflict on that item where we're discussing something that could affect him financially, whether the recommendation is followed to have him reimburse or not.
Let me just say, if you have a comment regarding item number 2, including procedure, I would recommend you wait until item number 2 to make that known to the council.
Sure.
If that's okay.
Be good.
Okay. So back to what I was saying, I would maybe recommend we, not spoiler alert or anything from Councilmember Garn, but maybe item number 2 will be one of our more ones that maybe will take a little more dialogue. But maybe let's start with number 1. And what I would recommend is that we just address these individually. If the council members have something to suggest or recommend or give feedback, we can start at one end and just give everybody a minute or two to comment if necessary, and then come back with some recommendations. But let me just make a comment on number 1, 2, and then we'll start with some comment. Well, let me just first ask, if we address these each individually and ask the council members to give feedback regarding the item at hand, does anybody have an objection with that approach?
No.
Councilmember Adams or Councilmember Garn?
That's fine.
Comment when you're ready.
Okay. Let me just address the first item. Is your comment, Councilmember Adams, regarding?
It's objective to the whole thing.
Okay. All right.
To what we're about to do.
Go ahead and just and take a moment, if you would, and then we'll address each of these individually.
Sure. I want everybody in here to know that I'm absolutely happy to discuss this openly, publicly. That's neither here nor there to me. But the discussion, I question if it's appropriate to be doing in an open setting. It involves staff, and one of the legal reasons you can close the doors is to discuss personnel. There's nothing I have to hide, but I've asked this in council or to the council the last week or two and haven't received any feedback. And Mr. St. Scott and Mr. Vance Garfield and myself have offered our complete schedules individually to the council to discuss these matters privately in the last 2 weeks, and to no avail. To this date, I have discussed none of these matters with this council, and not one council member, not one person in here has come and asked me what happened or what really went on. So those would be the only potential conflicts I have. If we reached out to David Church and found out if this is a legal decorum to do this concerning personnel.
Yeah, I was asked to get let me rephrase that. The question was raised to me. I was not included on that original email that you sent, but was forwarded a copy. It was inquired if putting a closed session on the agenda was something that could be done by a majority of the council. And an agenda item is typically done at the discretion of the mayor, and it really doesn't say 2 council members, but 2 council members can call a meeting for any reason. So we've always kind of interpreted that as it's either the mayor controls the agenda, so to speak, or 2 council members can call a meeting. So we've kind of said 2 council members could always put something on the agenda. As it relates to a closed session, it's a little bit different. An executive session for the purpose of the mental health competence mental health, or I can't remember exactly what the wording is, for litigation, for purchase and sale of real property, is a little different in that you can only go into a closed session with a 2/3 majority vote of the council. So in order to move into a closed session, a 3-2 vote of the council would not be sufficient. A majority vote of the council would not be sufficient to go into a closed session. It would require a 4-1 vote of the council. And it is the majority of, and so with that, we would essentially have to have a supermajority or a 4-1 vote of the council to move into closed session. So I feel like I'm giving you a lot of information here, but to answer your question, yes, if we don't have it listed on the agenda this evening, which is something, by the way, we could consider. Other cities list on their agenda, the council may go into closed session at any time with a 2/3 vote of the council, and you always have that as an option. I think there's some perception issues that come with that, to say that every meeting we're going to say that we could move into closed session, but the short answer is if the council preferred that these items be discussed in a closed session, it would probably be appropriate to take a vote on that and determine if that's appropriate, if the council would like to do that. If they would like to do that, it would probably need to be put on the next agenda as a closed session item.
No, I have no, motivation to prolong this. The question simply was, has David Church been asked if what we're about to do is legal to do in open forum where it completely involves personnel?
I see what you're saying. I did not ask him specifically if these items could be discussed in public, primarily because the report and the findings were released by the state auditor's office in public, and so I would be happy to, if the council would like to pose that question, I could, but from my personal understanding, it probably went without saying.
Mayor, can I comment on that too? At least in the way I see the auditor's report, it doesn't have to do with the character, competence, or health of an individual. It's not really private information. As a matter of fact, very little of it is personal. Maybe only item number 2, where it's, certainly could be personal to Councilman Adams, but it's not really discussing character. It's more discussing controls, procedure, and also this document itself, the report of the auditor is a public document already. So we're discussing that, the document. I don't think we're discussing individuals, at least I don't view it that way. So my feeling would be it would actually, the reverse would be true, that it would be inappropriate to discuss the auditor's report in a closed meeting.
I appreciate the clarification, is all. That's great.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to recommend we start with number 1, parade participation lacked an understanding and formal agreement. And I don't think we necessarily need to go into all the details, but I will summarize this. This is a relatively short one. Although the city parade entry application and entry fee, the city council member indicated that a signed application has not been submitted for the entry and the fee was never paid. Parade application includes information about the entry fee and includes a liability waiver, and then it states what the waiver is. City indicated that the entry was in the parade, specifically the supervisor's agreement to pay for repairs could signify an implemented contractual agreement. In essence, what I feel like as I'm understanding this, well, let me back up here for a second. I'll read it because I feel like I'm paraphrasing and maybe not paraphrasing it right. Although city has a parade entry application and entry fee, city and council member indicate that a signed application has never been submitted for Big Red and an entry fee was never paid. Parade application includes information about the entry fee, $20, and includes a liability waiver that says, I hereby elect to voluntarily participate in the Kaysville Fruit Heights 4th of July activities. I agree to hold the Kaysville City harmless from all liability arising from loss or injury. City indicated the Big Red was a city entry into the parade. Specifically, the supervisor's agreement to pay for repairs would signify an implied contractual agreement for Big Red's participation in the parade. However, a more reasonable approach would be to contract temporary use of the fire engine or a water pump vehicle in the parade. Likewise, if council member was under contract to participate in the parade, the payments in excess of $5,000 would likely trigger a conflict of interest disclosure. We are unaware of any disclosure being made. We recommend the city ensure parade participants clearly understand the rules of participation in the parade, and that all participants complete the applicable applications and pay the associated fees. I feel like this is, maybe I picked the wrong one to be the easy one. I feel like these are two kind of separate issues here. If we are just talking about a city entry into the parade, I will tell you that the city council had a float with a city council banner that was tied to a city fire truck with a flatbed trailer that belonged to me. I've done that, provided that as a service free of charge for at least the last 6 years. We did not sign, the city council, a liability form or a conflict of interest form. So I think if I understand the recommendation, it is saying if it's a personal entry, then you must have the form. If it's a city entry, then maybe not. And that kind of seems to be what's up in the air a little bit, was are we talking about a city entry or are we talking about a personal entry? And because if it's a city entry, then, and we want to say, yes, every city participant, including the fire department, needs to sign a release of liability form, that doesn't really seem to make sense to me. But I welcome some feedback on this item.
I think the extenuating circumstance specifically with Big Red in this particular instance is that this was the first year it was considered a city entry, or could be considered a city entry. In all the years previous to now, my understanding is it's been basically Mr. Adams and his friends putting it together and doing it voluntarily. And obviously to a big effect on a lot of people, and it's been a great thing. This year being, the difference was that now it informally became a city entry in the parade. And I don't know if in years past, if it was not a city entry, if they filled out a form in past years for that, similar to what we do with the dry parade. I think what I gather from the state auditor's recommendation here is that we just need to make sure we have a uniform policy in place for entries that are considered part of the parade. Again, I don't think we have, for the dry parade, I don't think we have the city council entry or the Fruit Heights City Council entry sign the waiver and pay the $20 fee. I don't think we have the other public entities, the fire department and whatnot, do likewise. I'm not sure that that's what the state auditor is recommending that we do, but anything that's not considered a city entry needs to be, signed and whatnot. And the water parade was always a bit of an informality, I think, in years past. It was part of the parade, considered part of the parade, but it was kind of after the parade. There was a lapse in time there where people could leave if they wanted to, and then they had the parade. And I don't know if we had any formal entries. I'm looking at Vance here. I don't know if we had any formal entry process or fees paid or anything like that for the water parade in any previous year. We probably need to consider tightening that up. And I think that's what the recommendation is here, is to make sure we have a uniform policy for anything that is entered into the parade, dry or wet, that's not affiliated and associated and operated by the city. Does that make?
That was a direct comment to Dan.
Sir, thank you.
So, I'm talking generally. I was looking at Vance for corroboration on some of the things I was saying, but I'm talking generally to the council here.
I think also, maybe you mentioned that having the city-sponsored events fill out a form is probably not necessary, but I also see maybe there's no harm in doing that as well. And then that can maybe, I think Councilman Adams would say this was definitely a city-sponsored event. I think Mr. Garfield has said the same. So at what point do we say, yes, it's a city-sponsored event? Well, if we just have everybody sign that form, we probably don't even need to have to make that designation.
Would make it a lot simpler, wouldn't it, to just, because as Councilman Adams and I were talking about in our work meeting on purchasing earlier this evening, you have the policy in place, but then, especially with something as big logistically as the parade, is it executed? Do you ensure that everybody signs it? If you're trying to determine what's a city entry and what's not a city entry, it might be easier just to get every entry to sign the form.
That's kind of my thought.
And there's a second part to this, though, that it's not in the recommendation, but it says, and I think this is a key point, likewise, if a council member was under contract to participate in the parade, because it recommends having a contract, and I think that's one of the issues for me. Had this been maybe considered to begin with and gone through, a bid process for the water parade, and there might only be a sole source, I don't know, but, next to squirt guns, but that there be, a bid process, and then because, and in the past when Councilman Adams had done this for 10 years as a private citizen, there was no conflict, of course, but as soon as you're a city council person or member, then it's a potential conflict. So they do mention signing a conflict of interest disclosure. So that's not something that Councilman Adams necessarily would have been aware of, but now that we are aware of it and the auditor's report has brought it up, that would be something that we would want to do, I think, in any situation where there's some contract with city council, because then at that point a city council member becomes a business or a vendor supplying the city, right? And if the city approves an expenditure, then they need to file the conflict of interest statement so that it's publicly aware that this council member is providing a service and being paid to provide a service to the city. So I think that's an important point in the finding as well.
And
In lieu of conflict of interest, I agree. Do we do that, Shane, across the board in the city right now? Whether it's, maybe a nepotism thing or a family conflict or purchasing from companies that have family in them. Do we do that now? Or where spouses maybe are participating in city things? Do we have that? Do we have those forms?
No, but we're probably talking about two different things in that because of the elected nature of yourselves, you are subject to state codes that maybe an employee would be subject to a city rule or regulation or code too. So
to fine tune then, does the city have rules if you were to, say, purchase vast amounts of materials from
certain
a company that is direct relation? Do we have those rules?
Certainly, nepotism and those kinds of,
we do.
yeah, absolutely.
Oh. Okay.
so the recommendation on number one, and I might recommend that we maybe take action on each of these recommendations, but the recommendation is the city and shore parade participants clearly understand the rules for participation in the parade and that all participants complete the applicable applications and pay any associated fees. I might, have some question about exactly what participants are. For example, do we really gonna ask the fire department to pay a fee? That's something. But perhaps the recommendation or the motion of the council regarding item number one could be to direct staff to establish rules and procedures for participation in the parade and present them to the city council at a future meeting.
Yes, one more comment?
And encompass both portions of the parade, the wet and dry.
Mr. Adams has a
As part
comment.
of that. Oh, sorry.
All I would say to that, being the guy who's done it for 11 years and knowing, the level that it is at, if in perpetuation in years forward, no matter what entry it may be, I don't know, might lose the water fight over that alone, because I don't know who. Now, let's define this. Are we saying if a participant in the water fight, if an entry in the water fight comes and an incidental happens with a member of the public, are we saying that's going to be on their fault, their head, they deal with it, the city's, you know, completely unliable? This is where my comments earlier, where we never, we had healthy discussions about insurance with Dean all throughout May and June this year. And there was never a request to protect us from any kind of equipment or anything, but it was a matter of the public being protected. And it was a matter of protecting the crew from any kind of liability. I don't think that's totally fair to them. And even in the drive parade, to be fair to them, are they completely liable if someone runs out and gets a foot run over? Are they sued? You know, I don't know. I think we should define that, though, because people, if we're really going to go down to the fine print of this, people really need to have a clear view, and then we ought to take into account, earlier a gentleman said, what's the vision for the parade of the future? If we do that, how are we over-regulating it to the point? I think a lot of people would be fearful that I'm not going to lose my home over this, and quite honestly, that was one of the fears that I had this year.
Actually, I think that's a very good point, Councilman Adams, because are we saying then that the fire department or a city entry would not be under the protection if they sign the statement as is? They would not be under the protection of the city liability policy? That would seem to be out of place. So
conflict, yeah.
So I'd like to particularly focus on that comment that you made. That is a potential problem with having every entry sign it. If it's truly, you know, the fire department, the police, or something, are they going to sign that? And what does that mean? Who's liable then? Because they are the city, right? It's a city entry. So would individuals be liable? That's not right.
Well, you know, the whole purpose of this is just to lawyer up. It's always been that way. I talked to a gentleman today that he's an insurance guy that has 6 different cities that he sells insurance to. They require every single city in their parades specifically and other things that they have to sign a waiver. And I asked him, I says, in reality, if something happened, does that keep the city from being liable? And he says, oh, goodness, no.
Yeah.
He says it just keeps honest people from suing the city. But he says he said it doesn't matter. It's like getting a parking's, your little stub, and you go in, it says, you know, they waiver everything out. By signing this, you're not going to be hold the business. No, the facts are the city is liable on these kind of issues. But, you know, this is one of the things, and I know that he requires, or the insurance companies he represents, they literally require that is taken care of.
That's absolutely where this is coming from, is our insurance company, just like them, has asked for these hold harmless clauses. And you're right. Every situation is going to be different. Some will be, maybe the cities will be liable, but sometimes they're not. You know, if somebody runs out and gets their foot run over, you'd hope that maybe the person that ran out there has some liability in that situation as well. But
and you can, I don't feel like you can always prepare a policy or have a policy in place for every single possible situation. And some of it is trial and error, and some of it, which I'm sure we'll experience a little bit tonight, is you say, you know, we've not thought of that before. Now that it's been raised and it is an issue, we'll put something in place. That inevitably, there are some things that maybe should be in place and go our common sense. There are some things that say, we just haven't dealt with that before, so we'll get it in place now. Maybe as part of what if that's the motion that someone wants to make, that we ask staff to come up with a policy, maybe that policy includes that city entries do not require a liability, or city entries as determined by the city manager do not require or something, some other. So then if there was any question at all of whether or not the water parade entry was a city entry or not, and again, you could say, well, you should have had a policy in place to determine that. Well, it was unique. It was a unique situation, so we'll figure out a way to determine that. Maybe that policy includes that going forward, that city entries as determined by the city manager. And then if you're not sure, you can bring it to the city council and say, I'm not really sure if this is a city entry or if this is a personal entry, and we can have that, they can have that discussion.
I think between Cole and I, we can certainly do that very easily.
I think that's true.
It only comes from experience. We've had 11 years of a perfect track record, knock on wood, and thankfully, in our portion of the water fight, at any rate. But due to the chaos of the water fight, I really think that would preclude anybody from participating. Maybe not a squirt gun trailer, but 30,000 gallons of water moving very quickly is chaotic, and you do your best to keep it safe, but I think that would probably wrap it up for somebody.
And
Anybody?
if that was the policy that was recommended, and then the determination needed to come going forward, is it a city entry or is it a personal entry, then it could be weeded out. That we could say, okay, next year, this has got to be a city entry. And if Shane says, I'm not comfortable, if that's the policy that eventually is brought to us and passed, I'm not comfortable determining whether or not this is a city entry or a personal entry, then he can bring it to the council. But implementing those rules and procedures or bringing us something to take action on that could be in place before June of 2017 would provide some opportunity to be able to plan for it a little bit sooner. And so hopefully, Councilmember, that would then, if you or someone else wanted to continue, you could say, I'm not comfortable holding that liability, so I'd like to enter this as a city entry, then there won't be any, hopefully there wouldn't be any misunderstanding, and you could have a clear understanding going forward.
A little bit of deja vu, that's what we did this year. So thanks, appreciate that understanding.
All right,
So-
so, feel like you got good direction
Absolutely.
on that? Do we need to take a motion?
I think it's probably a good idea. If you want to take a motion,
So I'll make a motion to implement item 1 of the auditor's recommendations by directing staff to come up with a policy regarding whether entries are city or not, and also with regard to the liability waiver form and who signs that.
Second.
I think a motion by Councilmember Garn and a second by Councilmember Snell as outlined. Any further discussion? Councilmember Garn, will you start a vote?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Voting on that recommendation is unanimous. I am going to skip down to number 5. Shared credit cards increase the risk of misuse. And the narrative says, city assigned credit card to one of its employee. This employee later shared that credit card with council member at the request of the supervisor. Credit cards, by their nature, rely heavily on detective controls rather than preventative controls to reduce the risk of abuse. In addition, individuals not authorized to use a credit card may not have received training on the credit card use. Therefore, violations are more likely to occur. By sharing credit cards, supervisor, council member, and employees impaired city's detective controls and minimize preventive controls against misuse. Cities should minimize use of credit card by users other than the authorized cardholder. However, if city allows the practice to continue, there is even more reason to take steps to make it necessary to ensure its review and approval procedures are effectively identify violations. Because credit cards have fewer controls than those associated with purchase cards, P cards, cities should instead consider using P cards to put into place additional controls, including per transaction dollar amounts, monthly spending limits, and merchant category code restrictions. The recommendation is we recommend that the city minimize the practice of sharing credit cards and ensure that additional controls are in place to minimize the misuse of credit cards. We also recommend that the city replace credit cards with P cards. The city's response to item number 5 was Kaysville City will minimize the use of sharing credit cards and will look at P cards as part of its long-term purchasing plan. Number 5, I think, could have a relatively easy recommendation, and that is to shore up how credit cards are used. That being said, it does create a bit of a unique situation when you have, in this case, a council member that, let's set aside whether or not it was what was will be determined as personal and not being used as personal. You still have a council member that was needing to make a purchase that is it legitimate to say, well, you should fund that personally and then reimburse it later? That, I think, is the first issue. And then, do you have a credit card or do you not? I'll be the very first to tell you, in my years of service, even in regard to the 4th of July services, I've never wanted, nor do I ever want, a credit card issued in my name. I just don't want what comes with that. That being said, there have been times when I have needed to make a purchase, that I have approached Dean and said, I would like to use your card for a $100 purchase for parade for the float, or for refreshments, or for the VIP, for the sponsorship area out front, or if I've had a hotel stay outside, but it has been very clearly communicated in advance with that expectation. So is that problematic? Should we never do that? Should we never be able to use something and just be expected to float it up front? The other option would be to have a credit card issued in a city elected official's name, which I don't think is a good idea either. And so I agree the recommendation minimize the practice of sharing credit cards, but I don't know that it's always just a cut and dry, simple answer to say, yeah, never do that. And you say, well, what about this problem? Then what do we do? So maybe again, a recommendation of coming up with a policy. It doesn't say never, but it says should minimize the use, and or actually the recommendation was to minimize the use of credit cards by users other than the authorized holder. However, if the city continues to allow the practice, even more reason to take steps to make it necessary to ensure its review and approval procedures are effectively in I think it's a typo on their part, but effective in identifying violations. We could simply have something that says, you know, if that's, I mean, and there may be something wrong with that anyway. Maybe you're just not supposed to, no matter what. But I do think it creates a bit of a temporary issue on utilization. But it could be as simple as, again, I don't mean to keep on putting off and saying staff bring us something, but bring us a enhanced credit card use policy that identifies times when someone needs to make a purchase, whether it's P cards, whether it's credit cards, whether it's a signed authorization by the department head, the city manager, and the one using it in advance with clear expectations of what it's been. That's the times that I've used Deans. I've only ever used Deans for reservations or for small purchases, but have clearly communicated in advance what we're, so maybe just a policy in advance might be, a policy dealing with those issues might address that problem.
There are additional controls in place. For example, when you use the credit card, if you're spending from the city council budget or from finance director budget or whatever, those items need to be still coded and signed. So let's take just Chief Oberg here. There are examples in his department where, you know, it's kind of a catch-22. If we want to send his officers to a training, do we issue everybody a credit card and have 26 different credit cards in that department? That doesn't seem very smart. But at the same time, his officers need to use a credit card to get a hotel room or something along those lines. So there's obviously some uses of a credit card, even when it doesn't have your name on it, that are appropriate. But each one of those charges will come back to Chief Oberg, and then he has the opportunity to say, this should be coded to this place, and I sign it as authorizing it as the department head. So there are still some checks and balances that are in place with the use of credit cards. That being said, I think maybe a next iteration of our personnel policy manual can outline these things and can say the general use of the credit card should be by the holder of that card. In some circumstances, it may be appropriate for a department head to be able to allow that to be used by someone else. But
and you've highlighted actually the detective control, right? So in other words, you can review the statements afterwards, see if all the charges were legitimate and approved and they were coded appropriately and all of that. The only problem with that detective control is that if something's already been spent that perhaps wasn't approved, unlike a preventative control, you've already got the obligation to pay the credit card company the bill, and yet it was an unapproved expense. The problem with the preventative control is the point that the mayor, if you have too many of those, too restrictive, you can't do anything, right? And I just wanted to ask about also the P card recommendation. What do you see as the distinction there? Do you see that those could be used in certain cases instead of credit cards, and how would they be either what would be the pros and cons of using a P card?
Dean, do you mind talking about P cards? Frankly, I'm not that familiar with them. I don't understand a lot of the distinctions between P cards and credit cards. I've never been asked to use a P card, just a purchase card, but.
I'm not either, honestly, on P cards. I can give a little background on the credit cards the city has. I don't know if that would be helpful or not.
I can, it's been a long time, but when I was first home from my mission, I worked for a bank, and I worked as an assistant in private banking. They gave me a purchasing credit card. It was not a corporate card, it was a P card. And this was, we're talking like 16, 15 years ago. So I'm sure the technology has evolved since then. But my understanding of the P card is it's programmable, meaning you can say this card, if Maria, for example, is her primary function is for certain things, you can say, okay, I'm going to restrict that card only to be used for only for hotel reservations and nothing else. It cannot be used at restaurants, or it cannot be used, or it can only be used at office supplies to put stores. If you have someone that's primarily purchasing office supplies, if they attempt to use it at another location or over an allotted amount, then
I think that's true. You can set what they call merchant category codes, where it's only limited to a certain merchant. So yeah, it might be a difference.
But that recommendation might be, again, come up with something with a policy that identifies that expectation in advance, so that no miscommunication. And I haven't heard or seen the timeline that was referred to earlier, but I also don't believe that there was any. I think the malicious intent was made. I haven't seen any of the communications between Councilmember Adams or Vance, but I also don't think that there was. My sense tells me, my gut tells me there was no, hey, I've got this, I'm just going to go crazy with it. I don't think that's what was ever intended here. That's just my assessment from my limited knowledge, and I feel like what we're kind of caught up on here is just that maybe that miscommunication of what was expected and what wasn't. So if a policy was in place that clearly defined written communication of what the expectations are, then it ends up covering everybody, rather if someone wants to be critical of it later on any side.
Just in response to you, Councilmember Garn, where we're talking about the idea of, it was already charged, it's on a credit card, we owe the Visa company for that now. Do we do that with all expenses throughout the city? Typically, the council, we award the claims after they've been spent on millions of dollars every month, so I'm not sure why it was excuse me. I'm not sure why it was unapproved when it's not really protocol to come and get that approved, or if we're trying to undermine the authority of Mr. Vance Garfield here and question his authority or question his integrity. But thousands, millions of dollars are spent, without it coming before this body all the time. Now, please understand, I'm not trying to justify. I'm just trying to objectify what it is that we're really discussing here, and are we polarizing, or are we changing the landscape of all city policy here to where the council is aware of all purchases before they go out? And then, to speak a little bit to that, somebody mentioned $1,600 worth of taffy that was purchased for the parade this year, and that actually came out of the city council's budget. Just to draw an analogy, this is no justification or rhyme or reason, but to draw an analogy, I've tried to find out who's at the head of that budget, and I can't get an answer on that. My feeling is it would be all 5 members of the council, or all 6, including the mayor, and that if you're going to spend over $50 or so, you would convey that to the others. If we're thinking in kind of letter of the law form, the $2,000, the $1,600 for the taffy, and the $300 or $400 for the parade float, I had no knowledge of. So I think there's a feeling that you guys are offended that you had no knowledge, and so that I apologize for. But I didn't have any knowledge on that side of the coin either, and maybe this is great that we're having these discussions. Maybe a lot of fruitful things will come out of this in every direction. So, but I think we're coming from a place that was, one could argue as under-regulated or over-regulated or not regulated, and we're deciding where we need to go from here. But to polarize one event is tough.
Just to briefly address your comment that it wasn't approved. Go ahead, Mayor, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, just since it was about the parade expenditures, the purchase for the last several years since I've been on the council, the city council has, let me back up, the city council has a budget that is largely well, it's used primarily for our wages, for our travel, and for our training. Any other discretionary use like parade float or parade candy is about the gist of other expenses. To my knowledge, I can't think of much since I've been served as mayor that I've said, hey, we're going to do that, or we're going to do this. My understanding would be, and I don't know that it's written or clarified anywhere, that the mayor would, in essence, be over that budget item. That being said, again, there's not really much we ever spend. I don't spend the city council budget on much, with the exception of the parade. I'm not sure that the statement is accurate about the purchase for the taffy. Other expenditures that were made relate to parade decorations with fun days in the amount of $97.05. We purchased binder clips at Walmart for $9.98 to attach the parade decorations to the float. We purchased bungee cords to attach the city council banner to the fire engine, and also a Gatorade at $8 and 2 cases of water at $3.50, totaling $32.93 for the sponsorship area out here in front of City Hall, and then also 2 10-pound bags of ice totaling $4. So as far as the total parade usage, it included the candy, and then to my knowledge, unless there's something else I'm not aware of, $10.65, $32.93, $4.12, and $97. But it's not $300 to $400 as was indicated. I just wanted to clarify that.
So, and I just wanted to clarify that my comment about unapproved was in a general comment about detective versus preventative controls, and that if you just have a detective control and an unapproved expense occurs, then you would be, I guess, required to still pay the credit card company unless fraud was involved, and then I think credit card companies have some kind of a deal that covers fraud so that the owner of the card's not completely liable for that. But in response to the approval, because Councilman Adams, at the time we approved the claims for that evening, I wasn't sure. I'd asked the question because we'd found out, I believe, on June 29th, I think is when I first heard that there'd been some expenditures to repair Big Red. And I tried to determine or ask whether, well, are those expenses in this claims list? Because of course they wouldn't show up separately. They're on a credit card, and the credit card has a cycle of 30 days. So number one, I wasn't sure whether they were on there or not at that point. So just to your point, it's maybe not cogent to this, but I don't feel that I had voted to approve the expenditures or been made aware of them in advance so that the council could consider them.
I would only say that, perhaps it could have been stated in that meeting. This is no, just could have stated that clearly. Okay, if there's any parade water fight charges in here, let's hold them back. So June 29th, though, I've never heard that. I didn't know. Okay, so that just drafted thought in my head, though, and just for timeline here. I was told by Mr. Dean Story that long ago, well, not long ago, but well before the parade, the dean was aware this was all going on, and the dean said that Mr. Thacker, he had gone to Mr. Thacker about it, and Mr. Thacker was completely aware it was going on too. So just in hindsight, it could have helped if there was something that was being done wrong, if Vance Wright could have had a tap on the shoulder, or, you know, so that added a level of confusion to me, and knowing, and I kind of had an inkling that John knew, and nobody had expressed anything. So.
A recommendation, as far as city council budget, if the council would like us to pursue procedure there, as I mentioned, short of trainings that are kind of default or expected, or events that myself or members of the council are expected to attend, for the most part, I can't think of much more other than that, and travel that's outside of what we normally do, with the exception of the expenses for the parade, which include the candy, and then the $140 or so in addition. If the council would, maybe we'll take that separate. But if the council would like to say any council money that's spent on any degree, it should come to the meeting every time. That's certainly within your ability to make that request. But I did make these purchases based on what we've done for the past 8 years, recognizing, however, that we do have a mostly entirely new council, with the exception of Susan, who has been here for 3 4th of Julys. All of you are relatively new, and so I made the assumption that we will continue as we have done in years past. In hindsight, I might have brought that back to you and said, this is what we've done every year, this is what we've purchased every year. Are you in favor of that? And so,
Mayor, I guess it wouldn't surprise you that I have sort of a thought on that, and I think if it's something that is in, you know, sort of the regular course of a city expenditure, and it goes through proper procedures, it's certainly transparent if anyone wants to look at it, that those items like approving taffy or something like that should not need to come before the city. However, and this is not to say that it couldn't happen, but if there's a contract, for example, if the city council decided in the future, we'd really like Councilman Adams to continue with the water parade, and we feel it should be a city entry, and actually we feel that there should be, and I'm not saying I'm prepared to vote on that yet, but if we said there should be an appropriation and it should go through the bid process, and Councilman Adams is the lowest bidder, and we would like to pay for that, and then he signs the conflict of interest statement, and we go through all the procedures, that would be great. Then you've followed all the procedures. So, and I think that's the difference, because there's sort of a service being provided, and then Councilman Adams would actually be paid a fee to do that. And that's the difference compared to just a city expense. And I think those types of things for any city council person, not just Councilman Adams, but if we're personally being paid to provide some service to the city, then that needs to be very public, come before the council, be discussed, decided, and conflict of interest statement signed.
Just echoing both those, so just so people understand in the crowd, we as a council, we have a $8,000 special expense line item in our budget. And so, the $1,600 for Laffy Taffy or whatever taffy came out this year, and last year we spent $0 on taffy. I'm not trying to contradict you, Mayor.
That's not accurate?
That's not accurate.
It may have been a timing of when it was paid or when it hit the budget, but that is not, it's not an accurate
I've been
statement.
misinformed. Can I convey who supplied the candy, who you told me supplied it?
We purchased taffy, but there was a contribution to offset some of that.
Okay, I heard it counts. I stand corrected. It's not meant in any way. I'm just being objective, that's all. Stand corrected. I was told that a council member donated all the taffy last year. It's not a big deal. It's not, in relation to what you're saying, Councilmember Gahn, I can respect and appreciate that too. Vance and I explored that. We had finally gotten release of liability about June 15th and I've got email chains, but we got that liability release. That left me about 19 days to put it together. I usually spend about 3 weeks, or 3 months, sorry. And I usually start in about January, mentally figuring it out, okay, what element can we add this year? So we explored that, about the idea of contract and whatnot. We were just killed by time. You know, my apologies that it wasn't done to the way that each one of you would have catered or liked it to have been done. We felt we did the best we could. And we also felt that cost was much cheaper. So.
If I could just mention just one last thing regarding the purchase. It is accurate that last year the candy was purchased and a donation was made by Spears Plumbing that you could certainly say an expenditure was made, Spears Plumbing made the contribution, thus that covered the taffy. I think it's a little hard to directly pick and choose to say, well, that sponsor is going to go for that agenda item or for that expense only. That being said, I have usually every year pursued sponsorships that in a minimum at least cover what the city council has done. This year, Destination Homes contributed $1,000 and the Adams Company contributed $1,000. I feel like it would be a little bit maybe disingenuous to say, oh, well, those two contributions that I solicited are going to go towards the city council. So we're in the clear. And so those are paid for because I think you could really argue and just say, well, what makes you get to decide whose money goes for what expense? So I would just offer that as, I think probably that understanding was Councilmember Taylor, his family, Spears Plumbing, made a contribution that was that I think you could argue was for the taffy. But under that same argument, we could say that the sponsorships that I solicited this year were for the same thing, but I just didn't want to make that argument, at least initially, until this other issue was brought up.
So with regard to issue 5, matter 5 of the auditor's report and the use of credit cards, I think, I'm not sure if the discussion has led to any clear direction. We certainly haven't taken a motion on what to do about the use of city credit cards or, you know, the recommended use of P cards in lieu of city credit cards. What I would like to have staff do, and I guess I'll make it in the form of a motion and see where it goes from there, is give staff direction to formulate a formal policy on the use of city credit cards. As we've already outlined, there are sometimes extenuating circumstances where individuals other than the card holder may need to use a city credit card. So keep that in mind as you craft the policy and explore P cards as necessary and come back and make a recommendation to us for what to do.
It sounded like a motion.
That was a motion. It didn't sound like, it was a very long motion, but.
I have one very long motion. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that. It's basically what they put down here.
Yeah.
What the city has already responded to.
Right.
Thank you. A motion and a second as outlined. Any further discussion for finding and recommendation number 5? All right, hearing none. Councilmember Adams, you start a vote.
Aye.
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 Thank you. Voting is unanimous. Next item we'll discuss, and maybe we'll just go up from here and save number 2 for last. Number 4, supervisor failure to clearly delineate spending approval. The comments, and
I think we've already kind of addressed this with one of the other, but I think with item number 1.
I think this would also be further delineated in the procurement policy that Councilman Adams and Councilman Garland and I met today and discussed, which will be coming to you in the next several meetings. It'll clearly delineate the spending limits of department heads and city manager and when things come to the council and that kind of thing, which we already have that in place. It'll probably be slightly modified.
Right. I think this is it is a unique situation that happened here where the specific and in the report, people have seen the report online, I'm sure. In the section number 4, it goes through several, it's got a table on here with several different lines of expenditures and whether or not there was specific approval for some of those expenditures by Mr. Garfield. in advance and with regard to the expenses that were made. I guess, do we need a formal motion on this one? I mean, the idea here would be to, we do typically have that. This was a unique situation where a member of the council was asking for a credit card from a department head, and it was given, and that specificity was not expected, or was not provided.
Addressed.
So I think just to shore that up and improve that oversight, to make sure that that is always done when a non-card holder is making expenses.
Well, the city's response, we don't need to read all of it, but I feel like we should at least read the summary, the recommendation, and the city's response, because I feel like that gives some additional insight. But that was the title that we talked about. It says supervisor verbally approved approximately $2,500 for repairs to Big Red. Council member uses credit card for vendor accounts, but please keep in mind the response here before you. Council member then used city credit card and city vendor accounts to make various purchases in the amount of $5,879. And then it includes a table that Council member Snell referred to, and says, we noted various problems. Supervisor failed to clearly define the amounts and the items the council member was authorized to purchase. Council member made purchases which exceeded expectations necessary to repair Big Red's water pump without notifying the supervisor and receiving additional approval. The city's response to that, to the state auditor, was while Mr. Garfield did make the statement that if a member of the city council wanted wanted a city credit card, he would give them a credit card. It is notable that even in this instant, Mr. Garfield asked many follow-up questions of Councilman Adams in an effort to verify not only the purchase amounts, but quantities, specific purchase items, etc. In addition, all city department heads have been instructed to limit or eliminate any unnecessary use of city credit cards. In those instances where city credit card use is essential, department heads will inform the city manager that this particular transaction has taken place. Finally, a long-term policy of credit card use generally and the credit card use by city council members specifically will be addressed as part of the future additions to the Kaysville City Personnel and Policy Manual. So your recommendation, Chris, was to, I just wanted to comment, we did refer back, added some additional clarity that it sounded like was lacking from the state auditor's initial report, and then did make a commitment to address this, which it sounds like we've done with the other, it kind of ties into the other agenda item as well.
Right.
Councilman Adams.
Can I get some clarification, Councilmember Garn, on, you talked about specificity? I don't know how to say that word, it's late, but the specificness?
You're talking to me?
Yeah, I am.
Sorry, you said Garn. But
Sorry,
that's okay.
oh, maybe I did. So is that the charges? What specifically are you talking about? That, in your
I
comments?
think I was referring to in the auditor's report, the specificity of specific expenditures that were not previously authorized.
And I apologize, we're on number 4?
Yeah, we're on number 4.
And so, okay, yeah.
So, can we explore that for a moment? Are we saying, are we to interpret that and define that as Vance Garfield was unaware of the expenses? In that case, I'd like to invite Mr. Garfield to come to the pulpit. And I'd also like to follow up with that the $2,500 mark, this document is previous to Vance Garfield's testimony at last city council meeting, where he defied that as being truth. That this was, Mr. Garfield was interviewed over the phone by the state auditor. He was actually down in Provo at a religious establishment and had seconds before a wedding was about to take place. That was the only interview he received from the state auditor. So in all due fairness to him, definitely think we need to plan on Vance coming to talk to us at some point tonight. But he spoke to that as being untruth. So if the specificity is what we're arguing here, Vance Garfield was aware of the charges there, and so without dwelling on that, I can let Vance speak for himself, but also. If it's really urgent, go ahead. Or
No, I was just going to say.
Jake, let him finish his thought.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I thought you were.
I don't mind. Just to maintain objectivity tonight, that's really kind of my only feeling tonight is that we try to refrain from bias and polarization. there was a city credit card that was given New Year's Eve night to a city council member to run and get some bingo prizes for the New Year's Eve night. So I think you mentioned, Chris, that, you know, no city council members have, this is such a new thing, we don't know how to deal with it, and it's happened in the past. And so, but I'm glad it's come to light. I have no problem with that. But I just would like you to acknowledge, and I'm not going to name names. I didn't even name names on who donated the taffy. Somebody did. But it's nothing that is completely new. And I guess if we requested the auditor to broaden the scope of his audit, there might be other things there. As a matter of fact, there's a peculiar sentence in their opening remarks to their audit that kind of says, if we were to broaden our scope, I don't want to beat up their words, but it kind of says that we feel like we would find a whole lot more throughout the city. So you'd have to correct me. That's the way I read it. It's been a minute, and I don't want to misquote.
It is a standard statement in almost every letter they write.
Oh, it's a default statement.
It's a default statement to say, don't interpret this to mean these are the only problems that could exist in an organization. Rather, this was a limited scope and findings, and had we done more, we may have uncovered more. And they also say, this isn't meant to be interpreted, that things aren't ran wonderfully. As much as I'd love to take that as a compliment, I think that's also a generic statement to say.
Oh.
So
I've read them before, and I've just never seen that, never seen it prefaced with that. So just trying to
It actually
maintain a degree
is
of
there in
objectivity.
all of them. They go both ways, and they also say it's meant to find weaknesses, not to comment on controls that are performed appropriately. That's very standard boilerplate auditor language.
I guess I should clarify. I've seen it in another auditor letter we received in 2013 was very similar. Another city one that I had seen before was similar, but so it's my understanding that it's common, but I guess I can't say that I've reviewed hundreds and seen that in all of them, just to be clear.
I appreciate the clarification saying that, though. So did those audits ever get the scope and attention of this audit? Were they brought to council and shown to the public, and were they completely run down?
There's only one other one
fashion?
that I'm aware of, and it was discussed in the city council, and it was released by the state auditor's office and received, I don't know that I can define attention, but yes, was reviewed and discussed.
And I think none of those other audits, you know, to be fair and to be honest and to be objective, involved a member of the city council. That's another thing I think that, you know, you pointed out that I never made the point that city credit cards have never been used, and that this is a new thing. I've never made that point. I made the point that I personally feel uncomfortable doing it, so I've never undertaken the use of a city credit card before. But I know that there have been transactions using city credit cards by city council members in the past. And you've referenced one for bingo expenses, for example. I think two major differences on that perspective are that, number one, the bingo expenses have been expenses that are ongoing since the beginning of the New Year's Eve party in 1999. We've done bingo at the city's New Year's Eve party, and there have been expenses for bingo gifts for that. That was an expense, an expected expense. And number two, a big difference, I think,
if you don't mind, the additional expense was expected? On the fly at 9 p.m., run to Walmart, I'm just clarifying.
Sure, I don't know about the specifics of that expense, okay? What I do know is that I don't believe that council member had an equity interest in the Walmart where he went and bought the stuff. That's a big difference between what we've got right here.
Ouch.
The expenses that you made were largely to make maintenance improvements and enhancements to your personal equipment.
Repairs,
So-
not maintenance. They were not functioning. Repairs, please.
Could I just make
Anyway,
one comment that may
it's
sort of
two major differences there.
head this discussion off a little bit and move it back in the right direction? So the auditor's report, it does question, well, okay, originally it was talked about the pump was broken, which is necessary for the water pump, and then it goes in, it kind of questions, well, is transmission fluid or halogen light bulbs necessary? Well, that's a good question. I could argue that maybe they are necessary. If you're going to run the truck down the road, maybe you need to have everything working, including the transmission, right? Of course, it rides on the trailer, but you don't get into that kind of a back and forth discussion on the individual items if you come in as a contractor and say, here's my bid, here's the other bids to provide a water parade. You know, if you did it that way and then it was approved, once you get paid, you might have a profit percentage, whatever that is, and you might buy new transmission fluid. You can do whatever you want with it. And that avoids kind of the question of, well, is this necessary for the parade? Is that necessary for the parade? Where you're going down, you know, is the banners necessary for the parade? So you avoid that kind of a question if you, and obviously there's water under the bridge now, but I guess for the future, because I see this as a future-looking document, whatever happened in the past has already happened, you know, and that's that. But going forward, you know, if you're going to do something like this in the future, I just think there's a much better way to do it, and that's what kind of the auditor's report addresses. So, I mean, if you want to have Vance come up and go through each line item, then I guess we could do that, but I'm not sure where that really gets us going forward.
Oh, I think oh, sorry, Jim.
Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
Oh, I think to be respectful to those who are completely indifferent from me, I think they don't want to hear it from me, and that's a respectful comment. And so Vance Garfield, you know, I think is just a different perspective for people to answer to that. This is where it would have helped if we could have been reached out to long before all this came along. Last year was the last year. We were done. It's been a heck of a ride. It's been a lot of fun. Last year was our 10th year. We felt like that's neat. It's the 10th year. You know, do we want to stop doing it? Absolutely not. You know, have we faced politics over it before? Absolutely. You know, and Vance is gone and because of his love for it, battled through that. But last year was the last year. So you got to understand that we weren't fully engaged in it this year. We were approached by Vance, and I know I have his blessing to say this. We were approached by him. Hey, why aren't you doing it this year? And we expressed why. We expressed that the expense load, the broken gear, and we just said we can't do it this year. And last year was sadly it for us because it's just, you know, we've got our boys getting grossly involved with comp baseball now. Our time is really constrained. So we so, you know, it was tough for us. So I want to speak to the points, though, that you're bringing up, if I may, if that's all right with the council. So the shop who repaired the seal on Big Red repairs just about every fire truck in the West. They're one of the only fire truck specific shops in Salt Lake. You guys can go grab him, request it, find him, whatever. Find the shop's great. I don't care to mention him. The owner himself was the one who was working on it to try and cut the cost down. And he was called out on 3 or 4 different fires, wildland fires, so he couldn't. It took a while, so he was absent. Not his fault. He has contracts with fire stations all around the West. So what happened there, and I don't expect everyone in this room to believe this. When I called to pay that bill, I said to them, I said, hi, I need to pay Big Red's. They called it Radiator Springs and they called it Big Red. They had 2 nicknames down the front. I said, I need to pay Big Red's bill for the pump, just the pump. And they said, okay. And she took a moment. She came back and she says, here's the bill. I said, okay, I need to pay that, and I paid it. And then it wasn't until a week or 2 later that they hadn't even completely gotten it all formulated in the computer, and they sent it to me. And I noticed those things before the auditor, and my heart sunk, and my stomach sunk. The $90, the transmission fluid, that is for the sill. Without going into the details of mechanics too far, Big Red has a transfer case, like a 4-wheel drive transfer case. And that takes the power from the engine and puts it into the pump. That has to come out to do the seal. That's why it's so intense to do the seal. So the transmission fluid's absolutely legitimate. What I am unsettled about, and what I am here tonight to talk about too, is the $90 for the air conditioning and the $90 for lighting, and then like $20. So it's about $200 in there. And I don't dispute that at all. I've never had a chance much to speak on it, but I'm not disputing that. I would dispute the oil, but not those other charges. They were clerical errors. I don't care to drag the shop in here. If the body feels different, he would come. So, that's to that point.
I think it's immaterial personally to the case. I don't think there's any need to have the shop come in and speak to that. For point number 4 on the auditor's report, is there any additional clarification above what we've already done, above what we've already given you, Shane, that would be useful for purposes of this one?
I don't believe so. I think we could set these spending expectations, just like I mentioned. I think, to me, the best place for those to live would be in a procurement policy document. And like I said, that will come to you very soon.
Yes. Okay.
And so, for item number 3, or recommendation number 3, do you care to, I guess it doesn't really need a motion. I just want to make sure we're covering all the items. If we're just going to say that item number 3 rolls into the previous recommendation on item number 4.
Yeah, I think the only difference on that, item number 3 talks about the supervisor is unlikely or likely unable
Excuse me,
or unwilling.
I'm sorry, item number 4 rolls into item number 5.
Sorry.
I didn't mean to touch item number 3 yet.
Sorry. I think we're off of number 4 if you want to go into number 3.
Okay. All right. And number 3, supervisor likely unable or unwilling to decline questionable spending requests by any member of the city council. Procurement policy allows the supervisor to approve purchases for $5,000 or less. Supervisor clearly had limited authority to authorize use of city funds. However, supervisor indicated that he would not decline a request by any council member. We did hear a response about that earlier. Supervisor also indicated that he would loan a city credit card to any member of the city council who requested it. A practice or policy having subordinate approved purchase requests for a superior is inherently weak control. Subordinates are much less likely to critically review or decline requests from a supervisor. City should design a policy to require purchase requests by the mayor and city council members to be brought before the city council so that subordinates are not placed in a position to authorize or decline spending requests by their superiors. Recommendation, we recommend the city design a policy requiring a purchase request from the mayor or city council be brought before the city council so that these requests can be subject to an effective review.
And if you agree, we will do just that.
Yeah, I completely agree with that recommendation. I think it's important that if there are spending requests by the mayor or city council members, that should be determined as a body by the council rather than putting any employee in the position of having to authorize that for a superior, a subordinate approving for a superior. So I think, do you need a motion on that?
Can we clarify, am I a superior? Aren't you his boss? Or John Thacker told us we don't have the ability to fire a department head. So even all 5 together solid. So
I think
why am I a superior?
Yeah,
why would I be a
you
threat?
could definitely argue that you're not. I think it's all depending on the perspective of that person too. I feel like in this case, Vance, well, I don't think he just did it because you're on the city council. He also made that comment that if a city councilman asks for a credit card, I give him a credit card.
I'll let Vance speak to that later on.
He made that.
Well, let me address the philosophical thing for a moment. I mean, the way that government is, of course, the municipality being an arm of the state, a creation of the state, of Utah in this case, but really, we represent the people, right? So we are whether you want to look at us a board or the old commission form where they were actually over agencies, the elected officials representing the people are the ultimate decision makers and boss, and they are the superior of including the city manager. So I think that's pretty clear, and I think this recommendation is very clear. And it goes without saying too that accepting your explanation, Councilman Adams, for how this just trying to provide, both you and Vance, trying to provide the water parade and maybe not aware of some of the things that the auditor has found. But clearly, even in that situation, if for nothing else, to avoid the appearance. And if you look, and I think, if you look at the appearance and all the press coverage that this has received and what a big issue it's become, on that issue alone, even if nothing else is wrong with the way this was handled, just for appearance's sake, when it involves a council member, that's why a lot of these regulations, I have Title 10 right here, are in place, is to reassure the public that their elected officials have a higher standard. And so one of the ways you do that, the best way you do it, is to have it in a public session so that when it is involving a member, that comes before the council and the decision is made there, rather than putting it in the lap of a city employee supervisor who ultimately reports to the council. And I think that's what the recommendation is.
I couldn't agree more, and if you look at Vance's timeline that he's distributed to all of you and you study that, you'll realize that if we were to have a special meeting called, it takes a lot of time to call. It was either do the parade or don't do the parade. We did the best that we could. June 15th, like I said earlier, if you take Sundays out, leaves me about 17 days or less. And so it was a hurdle to climb. I dare say I never would be able to do it perfectly. But I want to speak quickly, though, about the $5,000 mark in the city system. Can we define that? So 5,000 means if he knows it's over $5,000, if he has a bid in hand over $5,000, he comes to you, right?
Right.
And then up to 5 to 15 is, well, really he shouldn't come to you. He should have 3 phone bids after $5,000, and but less than $5,000, he comes to you.
Mm-hmm. Well, he can even authorize that without.
But in this scenario,
anyone else.
Vance, did you go to John Thacker? Because I was told John Thacker knew. You can answer that later. Did he follow protocol? We talked in my home, as he said last time, that it was going to be between $2,000 to $3,000. I says, I'll do my best, but I know I'm up against that no matter what I do. And then a week later, I said, because we didn't know some costs. On Big Red, there's a mechanical sill versus a packing sill. And that's completely opposite ends of the spectrum on cost. Mechanical could run several hundred, mechanical's $400 just for the sill almost, and then the packing, you just kind of tighten it up. It's easier. We didn't know those things. So my question is, in policy, if somebody comes and does a job for the city, and we have $4,500 is their bid, and so he just goes ahead and does it because he's comfortable, he knows it's fair, and while that guy's in the middle of things, he needs a $1,000 supply. Does that launch him above the $5,000 mark?
I believe it does.
So he's got to stop the whole process. Can you get me the backing for that? So he really stops the whole process then, so you have to stop the job and then get 3 bids?
Well,
because it exceeded the $5,000?
But here's the interesting thing about that, Councilman Adams, because we were just discussing the work meeting, and we've discussed previously, and just you and I, so we're not violating Open Meetings Act, and city staff, but in the past we've addressed it publicly too, and that is the idea of change orders. And doesn't this sort of fit? It's a real micro, real small amount compared to, but the change orders. So what do you do in the process of a change order? And so this is almost like
does that launch a job from informal to formal? Do you stop? Do you go back? Do you say you've got to stop the job? We're going to have to rebid this whole job to 3 separate bidders? Really, what's the rule here? Shane, I'm not going to put you on, I'm going to put you on the spot.
No, but that's fine.
Would you get the doctrine on that?
I don't think it would cause us to do 3 bids at that point. That would.
You think it would?
I do not think it would.
I misunderstood.
But I do believe that the $5,000 it kicks us into above a department head decision level, I guess is what I would say. I think it's at that point when the department head ought to involve the city manager in the next course of action. Then I think we could look at our procurement policy and see that a change order can be handled at a certain level, like we discussed today. That may change a little bit, but if it's a percentage or a dollar amount, then those rules can kick in to handle that additional overage over the $5,000.
So we have direct wording on that right now, how to handle that.
I'm not aware if we do over the 5,000, the department head level.
But if it shifts, if it, you know.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Am I making sense to you, Mayor? So if it propels itself in the middle of the job,
Yeah.
what's the instruction? You know, a change order comes into play, and does that change the original rules of and the original level of the department head's authority? I think it's an objective question that's worthy and
Certainly,
meritable to
subjective
ask.
at least.
We'll hear later of John Thacker's involvement. I'm going to assume, I've been told that by staff, that John was completely aware, weeks before the parade, of the credit card usage, of the expenses, of what was going on. So.
But even in the scope of this, if this is $5,879, I don't believe that's one project anyway. Those are we had probably 10 or 12 different expenses, and those expenses weren't made to get around a $5,000 number. Those expenses were just different expenses. So none of those could all be authorized individually and never hit that $5,000 number and be under the department head's purview and the appropriate spending level.
There's two very strong bona fide arguments as to why Vance did what he did. You know, on the one hand, a change order can't really propel it into a second set of rules unless, let's say, you have a job that's $4,900 and you have a $50,000 change order. I can see how you might need to come talk about that. But also with individual purchases, there's two arguments of how the $5,000 doesn't really penalize Mr. Garfield for what his actions. Thank you.
I agree with that.
Well, we have item number 3, recommend that a city design a policy requiring purchase requests from the mayor and city council. Council members be brought before the city council so that these requests can be subject to an effective review. I don't see any issue with that, as I mentioned before, for the most part. Now, I guess it does raise the question for training, things like that. We want to have budgetary items that are, for the most part, it's pretty much fits within that item. If we want to have every item, anything that the city council, including like where some of us are going to the league conference in Salt Lake City in September. Of course, we usually discuss that here, but you say, okay, that's been budgeted for. The mayor, Larry, I don't know who else is going. 3 or 4 of you are going. We need to have that approved, even though we've planned on budget for it.
No, again, to the point I made earlier, Mayor, to that point, I think those things are a little different because they don't involve, I mean, this is essentially, I mean, I think the auditor's arguing, I'm arguing that there should have been a different process used because it involved a council member's personal property, repairing his personal property that's used. I think that part's actually inappropriate. That just shouldn't have been done that way because it's personal property. That's another aspect of it. But you get around that if it comes before the council because it's a council member, conflict of interest statement. But this is different. If you're going to a training or something that's being provided to the city council, that's training for the city council to basically understand the job they're doing and do their job correctly. That's not the same as repairing our personal vehicle used in a parade. And if it's done correctly, there's nothing wrong with that, right? The decision's made by the city council. But so I guess I don't think, to me, this leads into now every expenditure that involves a normal expense would have to be approved by the city council unless it meets the new purchasing levels that we're talking about of 25,000 or whatever that number is. Then it's got to come before the council for approval. But everything else would be, unless it involves somebody a member of the council that's personally benefiting from providing some service, then that's a business. They're offering a business service to the city and they're being paid for that, then that could represent a conflict of interest. So that needs to be disclosed and it needs to be decided. They're very different things. So I don't think we want to scope creep into other types of normal expenses. It's only when the council member is providing a business, some sort of business service or product to the city and because of his special role as a city council member, that then it has to be approved by no matter what the amount, by the city council.
Is it fair ground for me to stand on the A, I didn't know that, and B, you know, I dealt with lots of city personnel on this. And
Sure.
Is it fair to say going forward, great, we got some clarity out of this, and going
I think-
forward,
I think so.
we can do better?
I think you're free to, state that, Councilman Adams. I think we're really dealing with
I never
the,
knew that
policy
existed,
itself.
and I know ignorance
Yeah.
is not always the excuse, and also being a bit of a rookie, but I'm learning too.
Yeah, as we all are.
I mean, we don't even know who's in charge of our council budget, so I think we're all learning. It's not in, there's no, I've explored it.
I'm happy to say I was wrong, but I assumed that was part of the responsibility of the mayor, so to speak. But if it's not written anywhere, then,
I've asked all the high-level staff, and they don't know. So
No, I'm sorry,
saying-
to your comment, I didn't understand what you meant by the last.
No, you covered, yeah,
Okay.
I'm not speaking to that. Just a question regarding council budget, and maybe that's something and maybe what we're looking for then is for someone to make a motion to direct staff to design a policy requiring that purchase requests from the mayor or city council be brought before the city council, provide a definition of scope of what that means, and for maybe certain items that are assumed that wouldn't be applicable, and items that are, and then if you'd like to, I guess that kind of goes without saying, if those are to be brought before the council, then it becomes a council-wide item. I mean, like I said, short of training or events that I'm expected to attend, I think about the only other thing I've spent money on that I can at least think of is a parade. And I promise you, I'll bring that back to you before and see if you want to do it again.
Well, Mayor, for what it's worth, I don't know that there's anything delineating who's in charge of the council budget, but I would think that the mayor would be the primary person as the chair of the council. But
Does somebody like to make that motion for?
I will make the motion then that number 3, recommendation number 3 from the auditor's report, that staff design a policy that requires purchase requests from the mayor and/or city council members be brought before the city council, as we've discussed.
I'll second the motion.
Thank-
Councilmember Snell?
Thank you. We have a motion by Councilmember Snell and a second by Councilmember Adams. Any further discussion? Councilmember Snell, will you start a vote?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Voting is unanimous. Our last and final item, number 2, public funds may have been used for political purposes. The findings say we estimate the council members spent approximately $5,879.
Mayor Hyatt, I'm sorry to interrupt, just a point of procedure. Here at this point, I just informally would ask as a colleague, if it's all right, as I said, I don't know how to do this exactly, but just give you the opportunity, because this involves, a question of whether the recommendation of the auditor is to reimburse the city because of the way it was handled. So because that involves you personally, would you be willing to recuse yourself into the audience and just be available for questions or discussion, but maybe not be a voting member on this issue?
Where I already expressed going into private meeting due to, Vance's integrity and name and reputation, you catch me off guard. I don't really see the point.
Well, let me just maybe, leaving it in your court for a minute. Let's go to.
Should we get Felshaw?
No, just retreat to the rules, I guess, is what David Church usually says. So if you look at the rule here, in Title 10, Chapter 3, Section 607, subsection 2, it says, except as provided in subsection 3, following a 2/3 vote of the members of the governing body may fine or expel a member of the governing body for, then super subsection B, a member's direct or indirect financial conflict of interest regarding an issue discussed at or action proposed to be taken at an open public meeting.
You've kind of opened Pandora's box, Councilmember Garn. Can I ask you why we didn't do that when a council member's father was in here and awarded $100,000 and the motion made was by the council member's, the father's son on the council? Wouldn't that have been a time to bring this up?
Well, this particular statute does not say a member's family. It says a member's direct or indirect financial conflict of interest. And I think that's a little different.
Is that not a direct or indirect
I don't know that that's really the
If I award my father
$100,000, I don't know that that's really.
This is
I
not
just don't
germane
know.
to the
You're catching
topic.
me off guard.
Gentlemen, I don't, have not read this in advance of this meeting. Councilmember Garn, we would be in, at least for me, uncharted, territory that I'm not familiar with. We don't have legal counsel here to ask. I think from my vantage point, you've invited Councilmember Adams to withdraw, which would be his prerogative, whether he does or does not want to do that. And it would, if I understand the statute, but I'm hesitant to comment on it, I guess the two-thirds majority of the council, which would require 4, or if we're not talking about 1, so you would essentially, I actually recall David Church telling me this, but I just don't recall what the answer was. If you have 1 person missing and you have 4 people there, is it 2/3 of the council 3 to 1, or is it still 4
It's
to 1?
members present if you have a quorum,
Yeah,
generally.
but it has to be at least 3, so I suppose that's an opportunity. But I might suggest, I'm just going to ask two questions, and I think he's already answered. Are you interested in excusing yourself from the discussion, Councilmember Adams? Is that a...
I just don't see the point. If you could be more clear with your strategy, it might bring clarity.
Well, I'm just going to take that as a no, and then I'm going to...
But please take it as a no with an offer to gain clarity.
Okay.
So,
well,
I'm being reasonable.
I understand. That's fair. I don't want to put words or suggestions in your mouth. What I was going to say next was, if Councilmember Adams is his choice whether or not he wants to depart from the conversation or recuse himself. As of right now, I'm not hearing that he wants to do that at this moment, and so I plan to continue on with the discussion.
Well, could I make a motion, though, and float the issue, because it does say 2/3, so I would make a motion.
You're saying 2/3 can vote me to go sit down there if it's kind of a conflicting issue? Is that what it's saying?
Yeah, that's what I believe this statute is saying right here. Because there's a member's direct or indirect financial conflict of interest regarding an issue discussed. So the issue of whether or not you need to reimburse the city for the expenditures with regard to the water parade is a financial interest to you, and therefore would be a conflict under this statute.
We'd probably have to recess, and I'll phone an attorney. You're catching me off guard. I honestly, I'm not prepared really for a decision. I guess we could go along and have discussions, and if something changes, or, I mean, you've got, to be honest, let's just be honest here. I'm one guy against all of you up here. I don't know what you're worried about.
Well, and I think the only thing I'm worried about is I really firmly believe, and if this were me, I would recuse myself. Now, not that you have to, but I feel like when there's a financial interest, when you are financially interested, you should not be a voting member of the body. That's just my personal...
I would have ran down into that seat. I'll just say this is the only thought in my head. I'd gladly go and do that had you guys have come objectively one-on-one to Vance and Shane and I like we asked. But having not had that, I believe it's in my best interest to stay up here and comment for myself as needed, because the truth has not come out, sir. So, and that's what's sad, but that's okay. I mean, I'm imperfect too. I've made these kind of mistakes in my life, but in lieu of that, where none of you have, I believe to Chris's credit, he has met with Vance, and that's it.
Several times.
So to Chris's credit, good job, Chris, but that's it. So in lieu of that, Councilmember Garn, I don't feel comfortable with that.
Well, and just to be clear in my distinction, I'm not suggesting that you wouldn't participate in the discussion or be able to offer your perspective. I'm merely suggesting that I don't believe it's appropriate for you to vote on a financial interest that you have.
Okay, could I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Have you already judged me guilty before innocent in your heart?
I don't know exactly what you're
Of
saying.
these charges
I don't
that
think
you're
this is a
talking
matter
about.
of guilty
No,
or
of these
innocent.
charges that you're talking about. Have you already?
The question at hand is whether or not the city should require
Okay.
you, based on the auditor's recommendation, to reimburse the money spent on the water parade. That's the
There
only
might be
question.
2 legal issues after this meeting. I decline your offer, just like the offer to go in closed session has been declined, and there could be a couple things attorneys could pick apart after this meeting, but I'm doing the best I can, so I'll stay up here.
Okay.
Okay.
And so my motion stands to have you not be a voting member of the body on this particular item.
Is that, and not knowing, I believe that the 3-1, I believe you're right, and so I need to recognize, and we can vote on what you're, but so that I understand is it to allow Councilmember Adams to remain as part of the discussion on this recommendation item, but simply not vote on its outcome?
Yes, because actually I have some questions I would like to ask Councilman Adams, and I think he should have input. I just don't feel it's appropriate to vote when you're voting yourself to have a financial gain as a member of the body. So.
Okay, so.
Financial gain, you've already judged me, sir. You're yet to hear the objectivity of the whole.
Well, I don't think it's a matter of judgment. It's just that it's a payment made by the city on an item of personal property that you own.
Well, we'll discuss that.
And the auditor, and also the auditor is making the recommendation to be paid back.
Let me recognize your motion is to use council authority to make it so Mr. Adams cannot vote on this item, but he remains and he participates. And we may be done with the conversation depending on, is there a second to that motion?
My only question on that is that it sounded like the law as stated, as stipulated, indicated expelling from the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
It sounded like expelling from the meeting, and I don't know if the law gives leeway for there to be an expulsion from the meeting without, or with him being able to stay and contribute but not vote. I don't
That's a
know
good
that.
point.
I mean, it's the only, I'm inclined to say that I think, Mr. Garn, if I were in the same position, I would do likewise. If I had a financial stake, if there was actually money coming into or out of my pocket based on my vote, that I would think I would need to recuse myself from that vote. But I'm not sure we can expel Mr. Adams from the meeting according to the statute there and allow him to continue to be in the meeting and participate.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, if you look at and therefore I withdraw my motion, because I think that is a good point, that I don't want Mr. Adams not to participate in the discussion, but the actual bright line meaning is to expel, which would mean, I guess he would have to leave the meeting, which was not my intent.
Right.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is withdrawn. We'll move back to item.
Can I just say, though, that I am in your hands. For the record, I leave this decision completely up to you three gentlemen.
Thank you. I think that solves
Mayor,
the
or
question.
you wouldn't vote on it, so no disrespect.
No, I didn't take any. I
But
just said thank you.
leave it completely in the hands of these three council members. If you so wish, I'll head out in the lobby.
Thank you. So back to item number 2, public funds may have been used for political purposes. We estimate the council members spent approximately $5,879 of city parks and recreation funds for Big Red's entry into the parade. Council member stated that the banner on the rear of the 2016 parade entry was banner used in his council campaign. The banner encouraged voting for council member with the URL voteforcouncilmember.com. Utah Code 2811 states, unless specifically required by law and except as provided in Section 20A11-1206, a public entity may not make an expenditure from public funds for political purposes to influence a ballot proposition. Utah Code 20A11-12099 defines political purposes as an act done with the intent or in a way to influence or intend to influence directly or indirectly any person to refrain from voting to or for or against a candidate for public office at any caucus, political convention, primary, or election. Although the council member is not currently registered candidate, it's reasonable to assume he may be electioneering in preparation for a future campaign. Supervisor was unaware of the signage was to be used or included with Big Red entry in the 2016 parade. We believe this possible violation is likely inadvertent on the part of the city as well as the council member. Recommendation, we recommend the city seek reimbursement for the estimated $5,879 and ensure that the city funds were not improperly used for political purposes. The city's response to item number 2 was, city staff has discussed both aspects of this finding. We are confident that policies instigated because of this instance and others will ensure something like this does not happen in the future. Kaysville City is currently in discussions with Councilman Adams and will seek reimbursement from him of the funds used on private and or political purposes. So we're now to this item. I would propose each of the council members taking an opportunity to address this finding, this comment, but I would probably, but I'll defer that first opportunity to Councilmember Adams, if you would like, and then we'll,
Sure.
Councilmember Snell,
I'm
Councilmember.
unprepared for that, but if
I can
you'll-
start
if you'll-
somewhere else if you'd
no,
like.
no,
I
no.
just-
If you'll grant me the leeway to come back for further comment.
Yes, for sure. Definitely follow-up comments or, well,
Okay.
the only thing I would just ask is as each of us have our conversation, our comments, if you have a opposing viewpoint or a rebuttal from any of you, jot it down and respect the time of the person talking. So go ahead.
So, I guess to address the campaign sign specifically, there is on the caboose of the train, there is some would call it obscene, some wouldn't. This community would probably be offended if they saw that on the caboose of the water fight. And the trucks are used for dust control, the tankers are. And so on the back, there's an image of a little boy, cartoon character, looks like a Bart Simpson or something, and I'll just spare you the details of it. He's putting out dust with some bodily fluids. And so every year I've covered that. I've taken the measures to cover that up every year. I'll just get personal. Ladies and gentlemen, Councilmember Adams didn't come to you to run a second term. It was never in my heart, it was never my intentions, and it still is not my intentions. It never has been. Councilmember Adams came to you from his heart to bring some changes that I saw, and I encourage all of you to do the same. If you feel strongly that the changes that need to be made in your heart of hearts, is to get me out of here, then I encourage you on that path. Go for it. I won't fight you. If you feel compelled to do that, that's your right. I felt compelled to come and do what I did. I won't go into details about why. You've all read in the media what I'm about. A lot of you came to my campaigns and you understand who I am, where I came from. I told you, I'm not running a second term. It was like pulling my teeth to get me to run one. So the campaign sign has nothing to do with campaigning. I honestly apologize for that, and I ask your forgiveness. Not in lieu of the money. Okay, this isn't about money for me. This is about me honoring a man who's been here for 33 years, who's walking away from us right now. I've begged him to stay. The reason Kaysville's great is because of the parks. It's not great because our politics by any means. It's great because we're well kept in the eye of the public. I come from a different background, that's all. And kudos to Vance and Cole for how beautiful they've kept the city, but I come from a different place. I come from a place of 60, 70 hours working physically in the sun. That's where I come from. I come from a place where I can really relate and understand value engineering and cost effectiveness in construction, in road building, in utilities. And I understand, and I'll use the word I was pretty proficient, pretty good at it. I saw things that could be improved in the city, and I was personally affected by things. I won't go into details, but in 2011, Cole and I, we talked back in the windstorm of 2011. There are things I saw that I thought that my talents could help with. So I'll move on, because I'm sure I'm causing frustration here. But I'm not here. I wasn't trying to campaign. I get there's a letter of the law there. And if we're about letter of the law in Kaysville, then let's stop wasting our time. And we also need to acknowledge we're a legislative body. We're not a judicial body. Whatever comes out of this meeting tonight, Jake, I've had your email where you're demanding that it's paid back and this, that, the other without hearing me or Vance's side. Okay, I'll entertain the bias that you guys all have towards me. I know it's there. Nobody could deny it. But do you have a bias towards Vance? Why didn't you reach out to Vance? I'll leave you alone. I won't pick on you. Why haven't all of you done that? Other than Chris. And neither is Susan. So I don't know, you'll have to decide on that, guys. Was I campaigning? Was I trying to grandstand? I'm not running a second term. You'll notice that on there, the sign said, "The tribe has spoken." That was one of the movie quotes that happened to go up. It was about 3, 4 in the morning over at the stake center, and we were scrambling to get signs done. We were scrambling all night long to hide Vance's from him. He kept showing up, and my family had to keep hurrying. People would say, "Vance is here, Vance is here." And we had to hurry him, scroll him back up, because those were meant as a surprise to him, and so were Shane's. I apologize that there wasn't better communication, and I think you all owe me an apology for leaving me out of the council float. I'm not taking that personally, but objectively, we're all at each other here. You know, you guys left me out. I'm a member of the body, and I do have a great following in town, regardless of what some might think. And I think they're offended that their council would do that. So not to dwell on that, but the signs that were for Vance we kept hiding them. It was 3, 4 in the morning, and the little boy on the caboose was still exposed. The only signs I had left were the last year's Dave Adams campaign signs. In hindsight, would I do it again? I would. I wouldn't. I'm not gonna. This has been a family show. This has been a non-commercial show. I've heard the arguments over the years of the dry parade of how it's too commercial. And, you know, there's a guy on the back row who's a contractor who has helped with his equipment over the years. And I never told him this, but it really was hard for me to say, if you come, will you cover the logos on your truck? And he'll validate that. Like, it's never been about commercialism or money. It's been about fun. It's been about our photographer's SD card that comes to us after the parade. We get 1,000 pictures of sheer joy from kids 4 to 90. The joy is seamless on their faces. So that's what's propelled me to do it. But in the end, I mean, the banners, in the end, you know, I'm happy to answer with that. I'll buy Vance's banners, I'll buy Shane's, and I'll buy the 2 that were made to kind of actually, for once, after 11 years, give credit to the crew who puts this on for you. But if you feel it's inappropriate, we will pay you back. There are some things that we're not, we won't lie down and pay back. I'm not here to say that. But there's some things that absolutely, I've already addressed a few of them with you. So we recognize this year that the parade was out of gas, meaning last year, my wife, bless her soul, is here tonight, and we recognized last year this might be it, and this year we recognized we can't keep going. We have great partners. I want to tell you how much money the people you don't know about bring to you. Olympus Fireworks brings $5,000. I'm not exaggerating. Every year for 5 years. I mean, we fill a truck and a trailer with fireworks. And it's purely donated. He's got roots here, but he doesn't live here. And what's his angle? What does he get out of this? Yeah, we hang his banners. The equipment companies, Western Rentals. I mean, we just tell them what we need and want. Not even need, we tell them what we want, they deliver it. And they let us determine when we're going to send it back, when we're done. Diamond Rental. Rain for Rent now this year. Cam Randall, a Kaysville resident who has worked his guts out. And I get it. Please don't let my words offend anyone in this room or on this or who sees this ever. Don't let my words offend you. If you've done something like this for the community or in any way, shape, or form, I'm not saying we're better than you one bit. You're better than us. But we ran out of resources. Big Red still was blown up from the 5 years of ramming him at full bore. The firefighters have always told us the gauges don't go above this pressure, this RPM. You know, and my brother's the engineer for us, and we go above that every year to have fun and to make sure, because we have more cannons on that custom put on there. So Big Red was broken. The audio gear was broken. We were broke down. And for us, we've had our fun with Big Red. He does a lot of pro bono little boys' birthday parties. He does a lot of pro bono prom, Halloween, but he doesn't do anything with the water pump. In all due fairness, last year, Big Red did hose the kids down at Heritage Park. He did, in all due fairness and complete transparency. For a moment, he briefly did that. He entertained your children yet once again. And yeah, my signs were on it. But we were broken down. Vance and I had conversations, and Vance, to his credit, guys, this is how much he watches out for you. He said, Dave, what does the pump do? You know, he says, if that specifically is 99% for the parade, I can get behind that. So, I mean, I'll get off of my pedestal here, but there's a lot you don't know yet, guys. And I wish you to come to us. We're good guys. We care about the money in this town as much as you do. I don't know. And as far as paying back, I've talked about a few. I'll let you guys dissect it now. And there's more to the story, but I'll leave it at that for now.
Councilmember Garn, we'll go that way.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how much I want to address the side issues, just go to the main issue of what we do with this, but some of the things you said I'm not aware of, like I wasn't aware that you weren't invited to the float. I thought you just had to get ready for the water parade and couldn't do both, but I don't know what happened there. But
being all-inclusive to a group, you would send an email regardless of whether that person, you know what I mean? You would send it out of courtesy. It was left out of all those emails. And
Okay.
it's moot. Just
I
clarify.
don't know that we want to get in back and forth, but on July 3rd, 2016, 11:37 a.m., I sent an email to the entire council saying we're meeting at the fire station at 10:30. Welcome to come join us. I've added everyone's. July 3rd, 11:37 a.m., and I did look at my phone during a meeting, but I found the email, and you were included on that invitation.
July 3rd, that's great. I didn't get it. I'm working 120 hours. That's fine. I'll accept that. That's fair, and I'm going to leave Susan out of this. There's more to it, so we'll just.
Well, and the other thing not coming to you, I'm not sure how, since all this came out after, I'm not sure how I would know personally that the fire engine was broken down, and I think that's the whole point. If you'd shared it ahead of time with the council, then we would have known, but I don't know how I'm supposed to know that I'm to come to you because the fire engine is broke down. But, but I will get off those points and just say, I think it's just problematic, and I accept everything you've said at face value, Councilman Adams, that you certainly didn't intend. You've already said once that you weren't aware of that. It is a learning process. You weren't aware, maybe didn't think that it would be appropriate to need to bring it, and it was enough to just talk to Vance. And so I accept all that you're saying, but the problem is that, for one thing, we have an auditor's recommendation, and one of the comments that the Director Dugal said, I don't know if that's the appropriate, Auditor Dugal said, was that had it not been for the political signs, it might have been a little bit different. Yes, there's some other issues there. We've addressed those. We've gone through them. But I think for those reasons, and let me just say too, I'm open at least to, because somebody asked about the vision of the water parade. Now, probably most people don't want to go back to squirt guns. I don't know if it actually was squirt guns at some point or a garden hose. Who knows what it was, but it's certainly much cooler now, right? Literally cooler, and so I would at least be open to consideration of, is that something that we would like to keep, that needs to be a part of the parade, should be an expense, and it goes out, it goes through the bid, everything's above board and open, and it goes through a bid process, and maybe there's nobody out there, so you're the single source. So in the future, I don't know that, I don't know what the other council members would think, or any citizens would think how important the parade is, but there's certainly a lot who have felt like it's very important and to them, and would maybe be supportive, or maybe something can be arranged where there's even donations like are done with pickleball, where there are private donations and they're contributing to that to to help fund it. You know, there's a lot of possibilities going forward in the future. The one thing I said, you also said that I'm demanding full payment back. I think what I said in my email was that are there items that could be valued that the city could buy back from you to use in future parades, then I would be okay with purchasing those back through the normal process. But in some way or another, the full 5879 needs to be accounted for, and the auditors, I'm just for following all of the auditor's recommendations, including this one. So if there's a way that the city actually, and I also said I think the city actually needs to need those items and to have a plan to use them in the future, and we could approve that. But I think there needs to be a real need there. No offense to you personally, but I don't think the vote should be, we just say, okay, all is good, and you know, we'll just take this stuff back if we don't need it. But if there's a real need there, and we can buy some of that equipment back, then I'm fine to offset that amount. But other than that, I think I'm for following the auditor's recommendation.
Just a quick question for Vance or Dean. I'll go to Dean. We'll leave Vance alone for a minute. Are all July 4th, or Shane, are all July 4th activities bid out? New Year's Eve activities, are all the activities bid?
I'm sure they're not. I don't have any firsthand knowledge, but I'm sure they're not.
Okay. And I like the donation idea. Could we solicit donations for the New Year's Eve party and quit funding that and quit buying hamburgers for the world? Could we solicit donations for the fireworks? I think the ultimate answer to that is put a vote out to the people. If they don't want a certain activity, then it gets funded privately. But that water fight draws quite a bit of people. So,
Next we'll have Mr. Page take a few moments.
Oh, me?
If you'd like.
I'm up. Okay, first of all, you know, Mayor, and I want Dave to know, I mean, I don't believe there was any political stuff at all. I know Dave's hard on this. There just wasn't. You know, both of us have been in the same amount of time, and we're both green, we're learning. Do I feel like Dave Adams had intentions to you know, use the city money just to save money on his own? No, that's not even in the deal. You know, since I've been in the council, you know, we haven't had a lot of issues where people come forward and talk to us. This is one that we did. And I can tell you that the vast majority of people that came forward and talked to me about this that were concerned, they are not happy, and this is the issue. It wasn't the intent. It was using public money to improve personal property. That's what I kept hearing from everyone that came forward to me, and that's what they were upset about. And in my view, that elected, and the reason that I think people are, it's not the issue. I think everyone is understanding about the parade. Does it create a value to the city? You bet it does. There's no doubt about that. Is it something that people like? It is. But on the other hand, and I think that the reason why that people were upset about this, and you know, in the history of Kaysville City, we had more hits on our city website than we've ever had, ever, on this issue. I think that the problem that we're facing is when it comes down to it, and you know, the stars lined up wrong for Dave and for Vance and for everyone else. It comes down to an elected official without the approval of the body spent public money on personal items. And I think that was the issue. You know, I cannot vote any other way than to make that right. But being, you know, that it has to be paid back just like the auditor said. Because I tell you what, I couldn't face the vast majority of people that have approached me on this. And I know that that's where the majority of the people lie in this city. Having said that, I think that there's some solutions that we can do to help Dave out on this, because I do not like the idea, personally, of Dave paying this back either. I mean, that's my opinion, and that's how I feel about it. Because I know where his heart was and what he wanted to accomplish, and it really was for the good of the people of Kaysville and for the people to have a good time. I think that, going forward, we're not going to have this issue ever again because we're going to address it. And maybe this wasn't a bad thing after all. I know Dave paid a huge price, and the Kaysville City paid a big price, and Vance and a lot of other people paid a big price because of the way that it was done. And it's unfortunate that it happened that way. And I mean, if we could have, woulda, coulda, shoulda, if we woulda went back in time, I'm sure we would change the way we did it. What I would like to see, and maybe I'll let Chris talk first, and then I kind of have a proposal that I would like to present that I think that would be a win-win for the city and Dave.
Can I have a chance to, just while it's relevant? I don't understand, Larry, why this is so different than other things in the city, and objectively, why it's so different. And I'd ask this body, can you please produce me the documents that talk about elected officials in Kaysville City and in this nature, in this realm? Can you go to a courtroom tomorrow and bring literature and show that I violated a city policy? And here's the, I get that people are upset. I absolutely get that. I would be upset. But has anyone heard Vance and I's? I mean, we met with Shane when the rough draft came out from the auditor that day. And I walked out of that room, Vance and I, after bearing testimony to Shane, or giving him our testimonies of what happened, Shane's comment was, I don't feel like you've done any wrong. I don't feel like you owe the city anything. And then there was a rough letter that Shane sent to all the council of what he was going to respond to with the auditor. Because from the two guys who were involved, I understand you guys can be subjectively involved and you have your opinions and you say, no, I think you did this. Oh no, I'm telling you, it was this. But in our hearts, what do we want the outcome to be? If we want the outcome to be, forget Dave, okay, then we're gonna get there. But in our hearts, if we want the truth, we want to understand the truth, and we want to understand, was there any flat-out rules that we had in place that were broken?
See, let me.
The public's more than welcome to come and talk to Vance and I.
Yeah, let me reply to that.
You haven't done that.
To me, that's not the issue, Dave. It really isn't. I agree with you. I think if we look at the policies.
You don't have understanding on something?
Listen, no. If we have the policies, do we have policies that protect this? I mean, do I agree with what Vance did? Personally, I don't. I don't like the image of it. And I know that the people of Kaysville, the majority of them, don't like the image of it. And it's not just the people of Kaysville. That's why there's so many people, I think, that are upset about this whole issue. I mean, we don't want this to happen again. I got to agree that if I had a situation like this, I probably wouldn't have handled it this way. I mean, I think that we have to be, our image has to be so clean and above board on everything we do, because we really are under a microscope and people are looking at us. And we are expected to be the example to the rest of the people, no matter what. It has to be that way. I mean, we can pick apart the city, and I mean, it has its problems, and there's no doubt, and they've made mistakes, and so that's why I said this isn't a bad thing, because in a lot of ways we're going to correct those things and try to do better in the future. But I cannot hold myself to the point of saying I'm going to take taxpayers' money to improve personal property for an individual. And it's not, and then on top of it, what's even worse, it's an elected individual. That's even, to me, that's a higher standard. I would have a hard time for anybody unless it was voted upon and it was proved and we said, listen, we want it, this is a good thing, and we can accomplish this. And then that's a completely different scenario than what we had. You know, I understand the timeline, I think you've done a good job to explain exactly where you were at, and you were out of time. I mean, they came to you to talk to you about bringing it forward. You weren't planning on doing it. And, you know, and I mean, it's an unfortunate situation that everything came forward, but, you know, it should have been handled different on everybody's part. That's how I feel about it, and I feel like that money is sacred money, and we got to be very careful on how we spend that.
Councilmember Snell.
Thanks, Mayor. All right, I've been writing down a few notes here. I want to make sure that I cover points that don't get redundant with things that everybody else has said. It has been mentioned that I met with Vance, and I've met with Vance a couple of times. And in my opinion, you know, Vance plays a part in this, but in all honesty, and I've let him know personally, I wish he'd done things differently. And I think if anybody were to ask Vance now, he would say the same thing. Okay, but I don't. This isn't about Vance in this case. A couple of other points. The city, previous to this year, has never spent any money, at least out-of-pocket money, for the water parade. That has never happened. That being the case, there is a lengthy process for planning for the 4th of July. Starts in January every year and ends, you know, at the 4th of July. And during none of those planning sessions, in all of this time frame, right up until even the 15th, or maybe it was the 16th of June when we had our final planning meeting, Mr. Adams, you were there, and your report on the water parade was that it was all thumbs up. Everything was good to go. There was no report, no request for budget at that time, and that's a month, or, you know, 2 or 3 weeks before the 4th of July.
It had already been covered.
So
I was there as the chairman, too.
In either case, the city's never spent money previous to this year on the water parade. If we need to argue that it's going to have money, I think that's a legitimate argument, and there's a lot of other, it's already been noted in the call to the public tonight, there's a lot of expenses with regard to the 4th of July. It's our single biggest community event that we do every year. It's big. From fireworks to the pancake breakfast to everything in between, there's a lot that goes into it. Never at any time has money been expended on the water parade. Previous to this year. If that's going to be the case, I think it needs to be argued, and we need to make sure that needs to be presented by the Parks and Rec staff who are in charge of that community event, and argued and accounted for in that budgetary process, along with all the other expenses for the 4th of July. Okay, I think Councilmember Page has hit the nail on the head. The primary issue here, heads and shoulders over anything else, was that city money was expended on personal equipment. That is the crux of the matter. We have many people who have volunteered and donated for many years equipment and or their time in all sorts of community events. How do we not require you to pay the money back that was spent on this for your personal equipment and turn around and expect them to continue to volunteer their time without expecting to be remunerated for their time and their and whatever maintenance they may need to do on their equipment that is also part of the parade. Things like, we're talking some of those military trucks to haul the veterans in the parades and whatnot. That's an issue of fairness there. Okay, so in my mind, I think there is ample room. The only other point that I would make with regard to something you just said a few minutes ago, Mr. Adams, is that, you know, can anyone point to law or something where you did anything wrong. We have a state auditor's report in front of us, in paper, public state auditor's report, which indicates not intent. They go to great lengths to indicate that it was likely inadvertent, that there was no malicious intent in behind that. And I agree with everyone else on the council here who said, I don't think that there was malicious intent behind that. We've all heard the statement about the road to hell being paved with good intentions. What happens is we need to make sure we follow the rules. And the state audit report indicates that that wasn't done. According to that, I think we need to have a reimbursement of the money that was spent on the Big Red entry in the water parade this year, to the extent where that, there may have been items that have been taken back for credit or whatnot to reduce that amount from the $58.79 that the state auditor's report references. I'm all open and all ears to indicate that. But the list of items in this, that would be, unless you can demonstrate that there's been a lot of stuff taken back, I'm fairly confident that number is going to be, up there pretty close to what their estimate is. So that would be my comment.
Thank you. Everyone has had a chance to share their thoughts. Did you have a follow-up comment, Councilmember Adams?
Most of everything is already in your possession, Councilmember Snell, Page, Garn. So this is where a little exploration would save a lot of pain, council members. You could have asked Vance, you could have asked Shane, you could have asked Dean. So the mind is made up, I understand. And I just remind you, you're not a judicial branch of this government.
Okay, I think to speak to that point, that's the second time you've mentioned that. City councils have largely a legislative role, but they are also, and as I think it's stipulated in the state law, that we are quasi-judicial. And we do have a judicial function in terms of some of the things that we do. If you're referring to, say, the fireworks igniter and some of the other items that maybe the sound system. I don't know. When I originally heard about this or read the auditor's report and talked to Vance, I thought that the sound system or the audio system that had been repaired was internal to Big Red, was the inside the cab audio system. I guess that's not the case. It's an external one with subwoofers and speakers and whatnot. I don't know that we're in need of those. So we may be in possession of those at this time. I don't believe the city requires them or needs some of those items. And I'm more than happy to talk with Parks and Rec to see if there are any of those items that are legitimate that we could use as long as they stay in our possession. But by and large, most of the items where money was spent are items that are that are part of Big Red and can't be in the city's possession.
The executive order, the law that you're standing on over there in your own words is a recommendation. It is not an order. I don't know if even the auditor can bring that order down. And I'm not sure we can, but that's okay. We can keep discussing. Your minds are made up. I'll speak to the people. I'm happy that the water fight went another year. I'm happy it went in the 11th year, regardless of this. I'm happy that Vance and I brought it together. Like Vance said a week and a half ago, I'd do it all over the same way. We were under extreme time constraints. It was either do it or don't do it. It was either slow down and regulate it, and we'd have missed the date, or we go forward, we put our best foot forward, we do what we believe is right in our hearts, and we do it, and we get it done. And that's what we did. And I'm extremely glad that the water fight came forward this year and that it happened again one more year. So I'm glad that you got your end of the bargain.
Hey, Councilman Page, just a question for you. It's okay, Mayor. You mentioned a proposal. I'm not sure, did you get all of your proposals out?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Let me tell you what this is what I proposed, and I think it'll work. I think that Councilman Adams has a lot of friends out there. There's a lot of people that don't even know him, that, that they enjoy that water parade, and I think it does provide a wonderful outlet for a lot of the youth and a lot of people. I mean, I remember right before the fireworks, in fact, right after the water parade, I remember standing up on that hill right there, where we had all the different things. I looked out there and I kind of estimated how many people, which is hard to do it. I bet you we had close to double. I wouldn't say double, but I bet you we had another 30–40% more people there enjoying that than we have population in Kaysville. So that just shows you that I think that we have a tremendous amount of support and from other cities as well. And when they come here, they're spending their money, they're doing things, they're enjoying it. And I'm glad that Kaysville has the forethought to be able to throw on such a good 4th of July and people enjoy it. With that being said, I think then what I propose is, and I don't know, I'm sure if we can make it work, but why can't we set up a fund with the city and advertise it well and let people contribute to this to help pay these things back? I mean, I'll be the first one to contribute to it. I don't see why we can't do something like that, and I think that would be a wonderful thing, and I'd like to see the city actually do that. People can donate.
Well, if my memory serves me, at 10 after 11, haven't we done that before, where we sort of set up, rather than somebody having to set up a 501c3, that you've set up a fund in the city and use the city account to collect money for a purpose? So, yeah.
The problem you have there is you are saying I'm guilty. I don't accept the offer.
No.
And when did you find out about the parade events? When did you know?
About what? That
about
funds
all
were
this?
down there?
Yeah. When did you find out, Councilmember Page?
I can't remember. I think Chris told me about it. It was probably right before.
Council?
Well, there was an email from Chris, who's
Yeah.
over Parks and Rec, and I went back and looked. It's been a little while since I looked, but I went through my emails to see the date, and I believe it was June 29th, so about 4 or 5 days before the 4th of July.
Yeah.
Okay, still time to interject. Why didn't anyone interject? And Larry, you drove through the church parking lot that morning.
Well,
you didn't see me, but I saw you. You were checking it out.
Vance asked me to go take a look at what you were doing.
And everybody probably has their answer.
Yeah, he said, you should see what Dave's doing over there today. And so I took me and my wife, we went and looked at it. It was neat.
The first opportunity we had to bring it up in a public meeting, I think it was brought up, but there's Open Meetings Act implications. I mean, we couldn't just meet and decide what to do before July 7th. And the money had already been spent. I mean, there was no opportunity to approve it. Apparently, it had already all been spent. So
you could have shut it down, sir. You could have shut it down, and items were still new and could have been returned. A bear trap was set. John Thacker knew, and the trap was set.
I don't think the body could have taken any action like that. I have no power in and of myself. I'm just a member of a body that takes action as a body. And the first opportunity we had to take any action was July 7th.
Well, we had a 3-week break between councils. When could I have taken action? We had a 3-week break in between councils. If that's your argument you're going to stand on, you're going to tell me, why didn't you phone us, Dave? I would say the same to you. Why didn't you phone me? Why didn't you phone Vance?
No, I'm suggesting a phone call or an email or anything else would not have been sufficient. That what really should have happened is should have come in a public meeting before the body.
So if you
for
see a
discussion.
fire, you don't call the fire department?
I'm not sure. I'm just
If you see a
confused.
problem,
I don't even know where
you
you're-
don't call fire or police. You just let it happen. That's what I'm saying. If you saw the fire.
I don't understand.
If you saw the fire, if John Thacker saw the fire.
I don't know what it has to do with the fire. I just, yeah.
Really?
It's an analogy, yes, but I guess what I don't understand is we were supposed to take what action? I mean, what was I supposed to do publicly as an individual member before the next meeting of the body? I couldn't, can I return, I mean, I guess the thought never occurred to me.
You're all speaking up very loudly now.
So if I'd called you up, Councilman Adams, and said, please return all of the, I don't like this.
Special meeting, Jake.
Me, Jay, call you up
Call a
and say.
special meeting. And
I could've
then in
called
the
a special
council meeting,
meeting,
you guys had a hard time with it, and then you approved the claims. I mean, Larry, I'm gonna be honest here, Larry, you use exaggerations a lot, the vast majority. I have 4 attorneys, you couldn't name the attorneys in the last meeting. The vast citizens reached out to you of this community.
I'm saying the ones
vast.
that
Can
talk
you
to
get
me.
some metrics?
I'm
Can you give
talking
me some
about,
Jake Arnn
I'm
metrics
talking
on
about
that?
percentage of people that came to me. That's what the vast majority of that
Do they know
percentage.
the truth? This good man over here, when he heard the truth, had no issues with what happened. No one has heard the truth. So how does the truth come out? And the truth doesn't matter in this jury here.
Well, I guess the problem that we're facing though is an independent board did an audit on it, and that's what the people are seeing.
Recommended. And I dare say it's time for an audit on a lot of other things.
So
The
to
audit
be
you
clear,
promised the people you were going to bring.
to be
You
clear,
promised the people you'd bring an audit.
your
4 pro bono auditors and 4 pro bono attorneys. Where are they now?
to be clear, Mr. Adams,
you're right.
your
What are we talking about?
Let's do the audits. You promised thousands of people last year.
I think we're getting a little bit off
Hold
course,
on
aren't we,
here.
that-
I remember growing up, my mom had a talking stick, and I really don't think we need to do that in this meeting.
I agree with that.
But we need to not talk, I know it's getting a little, we're all wanting to respond and correct, and, but short of that, please just share your thoughts and then yield the time, even if you have something you really, really want to say. That being said, I'm not really sure that we're being very fruitful in our discussions, or I'm not sure much is coming that's beneficial. I heard Councilmember Page's recommendation, which might come with its own issues, in that if, and it's a big if, I'm not judging, but if there's a statement that public funds were used for personal purposes, I'm not sure we could or should use a public entity to collect funds to pay those back. I think that might be a contradiction. That said, I don't think, it doesn't sound like Councilmember Adams is
This will come down to
interested.
either my wallet reimbursing or
Let me just
none at
finish,
all.
Councilmember, please. It doesn't sound like Councilmember Adams is interested in participating or is okay with that. I guess at the end of the day, the council could still force it, but it sounds like it would probably not be welcome. That being said, you just had a statement, or did you want to say something?
I'm not sure what more could be said.
I would like to.
Due process
sorry, you
apply.
were say something. You said, I'm not sure.
Can
what
I
more
just
to
politely
say.
point out, I'm constantly berated for doing that in other areas.
I do apologize,
It
Council
happens to
Adam,
me all
but
the
I thought you
time.
were done. You
I
said.
know, I'm not mad.
You said, I don't have anything more to say. That's how I interpreted it, but please, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not, sincerely, I'm not mad. I was just pointing out that I'm always taking heat for that happening and saying I am the only one who does it, but I forgot what I was going to say, Jake, but I'm not saying it'll come back.
I'm sorry, I didn't intentionally do it, Councilman Adams.
No, I didn't take that way. Sincerely, from the heart, I mean that. I don't know what to say, guys. I think you're acting I think you're acting by populace that's reached out to you. And I think that there should be a way to go out and find out what activity do people want. What activities, you've just thrown a whole new curveball to Cole. Because how many people are going to scrutinize everything that goes on in this town now? And why didn't the auditor broaden the scope to the whole Independence Day? Why does an auditor polarize to one thing? Why didn't he say, well, if you're sniffing a rat, I'm going to go expose the whole rat hole? Why did he just say, well, okay, I'm sure that's all that happened? I mean, if you think there's wrongdoing, You need to open up the scope of that rifle. But I don't know where we go from here. You know, I'd love to hear Vance speak. I'm not going to compel him too hard. I just want it on the record for the people's understanding that Big Red has no more value today than he did 3 months ago. I mean, guys, he's an old 26-year-old fire truck. He has one home after Kaysville, and it's a third world country. And they will not send an inspector here to inspect it. They will not ask, is he sealed? They will not. It will go through an auction, and it will be shipped out of this country. I haven't been personally enriched. My children don't play with the pump on Big Red. If you want, I'll bring the Big Red to, and I don't want this to sound like vindictiveness, but how about we bring Big Red to the shop, and we let the mechanic take the pump out of it, and you keep it. Because I don't need it. Keep it. It's worth thousands of dollars. Keep it. Big Red doesn't need it. I don't need it to take a kid to prom. I don't need it for a little boy's birthday party. It's unnecessary. This guy over here borrowed it and took his daughter to a dance. You know, and they had a great time. So I don't know what's going on here. This personal enrichment thing, I mean, we're not planning a trip to Mexico, right, hon? Off of this. So I don't understand the personal enrichment. Ann and I have bought the amplifiers for the last 5 years. They get blown in the parade. I asked Vance, we had this conversation, how many other, I'm trying to be really hypersensitive to all other parade entries, here and abroad, because they work just as hard, and they deserve credit for what they do. But we're not a company, I expressed that earlier, we're not advertising. We don't allow advertising. If anyone comes and helps, they have to cover up their company logos. We're not here for commercial purposes. And we simply ran down a 10-year road, and the gear got run into the ground. My resources shrunk. I don't have a dump truck anymore. I don't have a transport trailer. It's twice as hard for me to put this together because what's at my fingertips is completely, you know. So I don't know. I really don't feel comfortable letting this decision rest upon your shoulders. And let me explain why. There are many people reaching out to me about your code of conduct, saying that is completely aimed at you. And someone made a comment about food today. Well, that's because I had a banana and an apple beer, and now we're going to regulate me. I won't go into my health condition. I'll leave that out. But, I mean, how much bias is on this council? Why don't we go to the higher level? I'm not trying to avoid this whole conversation, but how much bias is aimed at me? I came as the water fight guy. Okay, it's incidental that I'm here on this council. I'm the water fight guy. I hoped I always would be. And I hope Vance would always do it with me. We made a pact, and perhaps that's tarnished, but I'm not comfortable with I feel that I'm in a biased, discriminational environment up here on this panel, and I am not comfortable with this. And I have due process. I'm just telling you guys, Larry, your idea is great, but it makes you look like the hero. You saved it, right? You burned it down and then you rebuilt it. I don't agree. I mean, you're just trying to appease everybody. You either got to follow your hearts, gentlemen, and you got to say to the people, your constituents, you got to say, you know what, we went and had meetings with Vance and Dave, and we heard their testimonies, we saw their documentation, we saw that everything was done on a visa, which has a flat-out statement. And guys, I know it stinks, but nothing was wrong. And you need to understand, David Adams wasn't enriched. I mean, $5,000 alone on amplifiers for the last 5 years. Every year, the water ruins it. We get home, there's a couple lamps that are ruined again. And we get home, and they work for a minute, and then they fizzle out. I don't know, a circuit or something fries in them, and I've always bought them. It's dead. I don't use that DJ gear for anything other than the parade. I mean, I bought that for the parade. I bought a New Year's Eve ball for you guys. I came up with this crazy idea one day on the treadmill. That's what all the craziness from the water fight comes from. When I'm on the treadmill and clear-minded, and I brought a New Year's Eve ball. I called Vance. I'm like, hey, I got this idea. I could get us a huge crane, a huge structural crane, and we could put a ball 500 feet in the air. We could light it up, do a ball drop like New York. And these guys are so cool. They're like, yeah, let's do it. you know, no cost. I took care of it. I'm not saying I'm a hero, but I'm saying, how much do you beat the living crap out of a Good Samaritan? Now, I get everybody's a Good Samaritan in the parade. Most people bring one of two elements to a volunteer scenario. They bring time or they bring money. Not a lot bring both. For 10 years, my wife and I brought both. So do what you need to do, guys. Upward and onward. The city has business that's far more important.
Yeah, the issue, you know, I could agree with almost everything you said. Your contribution, if we want to discuss that, it's not really the business before us, but on a personal level, it's amazing what you've done for the last 10 years. And I mean that very sincerely. I understand it's a lot of work, but that's not the issue before us. And consistently, we deflect off what the issue is. We have a recommendation which we can take. And then you may have other rights to pursue it somewhere else, but we certainly as a body have a right to take the recommendation, take the auditor's recommendation, and implement them. And we have on all the other items. Of course, this would be the issue that is the sticking point. On most of the others, you joined with the rest of the council in voting to improve controls. We can't have one set of controls and one set of standards and rules for everyone else and a different set of standards for city council people. And even though we may not know what those standards are, and we certainly gave you credit for that, and you know, I think everyone to a person on the council said, we understand that maybe you weren't aware. Now we are, it won't happen again. But the fact of the matter is, well, we can be compassionate and understanding. You can't just ignore the rules either. You can't ignore an auditor's report.
But what rule was ignored? I've asked this council, show us the city policies that were broken. Jay Garn, please don't spin it to the public. This city can't endure any more spinning. You all know what I'm talking about. We can't endure any more spinning. Let's go to each other and get the truth. Let's stop hating each other. It's enough. All groups, lay down your weapons of war. Find me with the money, but lay down the weapons of war. Don't spin this to the public as though we've made policies. We haven't. We had a meeting today. Did we create a policy, Shane, today? We haven't. We haven't really. The only policies that's been changed is Councilmember Adams championed that we take the max spending of a department head from 50 grand to 15 grand. Councilmember Adams championed and put on the agenda a vehicle policy. I mean, we haven't changed policy, and we don't have a policy that says that a council member shouldn't or couldn't or do this. I'm saying I'm in your hands. Do what you need to do, but fight the right battle here.
Well, all we have is the facts, a fact pattern, and we have audit findings from the Utah State Auditor based on that fact pattern, and in some cases they quote statute as well. And their statute there, we're actually following state rules in this case and state recommendations from a state auditor. And we don't have to have an exact rule that says if a fire truck is repaired and it's personal, you know, maybe you can't find that, but most people, common sense, understand that you should not use taxpayers' money, even if it's being used in a parade, to fix personal property. Most people understand that. Okay, and that's why I said it would be very different. It's not spin, it's just the way I see it, that if you'd come to the council, had it approved, the council decided that that's an expenditure, they would have approved an amount, right, to be expended for the parade, then you could have used it for whatever you wanted. But to have a city credit card and do it in this way, the auditor's findings are that that's not appropriate. So we need to move forward, but we have to act on these recommendations.
It's not policy in the flow chart to do that.
Everything in the city and every other issue and deflect responsibility and have a double standard and deflect to some other thing that we're also dealing with. And I would say that I would venture, I only speak for myself, that every time there's been other findings, like this finding of whatever it is in the city, we pursue those according to the rules. Like David Church says, retreat to the rules. What do the rules say? What are the recommendations? What's the standard practice? Without bias towards anyone, not to you, Councilman Adams, not to anyone else, follow the rules. And that's what all we're attempting to do. And not to have a double standard for city council.
What rules weren't followed? I'm simply asking, show the rules. Show them. Where are they? Why do you keep saying that? You're burying me. You're burying Vance. I ask you to please stop or generate the rules that you're saying weren't followed. That's fair. That's objective. You're being subjective. Please, just show the rules.
The rules are specified in the auditor's report.
Well, the city's rules.
Okay? So we,
Guys,
When-
I
when we
motion
get an
that you
auditor's
move
report-
forward with your vote. Let's get on with it. There's a lot more the city needs than this, and this can go to a different room another day. Enough's enough.
I couldn't agree more, Mayor. I think we need to move along.
Okay, well,
So
is that just a
can I help
recommend-
in that regard?
If it was official motion that we move forward, then I probably need to recognize it in a second. But if you're just suggesting and we move forward, then you could withdraw your motion and then we can move to this item. Do you want us to vote on the motion to move forward, or are we good to just move forward?
I think we could just move forward.
You've all done what you came to do.
Okay.
Wait, stop. Do you have anything to say, Vance?
I can see that the time that Dave mentioned that it was going to cost more than $2,500, I did not do my job in asking specifically what was going to be more. I did not do it. I made a mistake. I didn't say, describe to me why it's going to go between 4 and 6, and I'm at fault at that. I can see that. And when I did the timeline that I gave to Shane, to Chris, to Dave, to Cole, and to Dean, I saw that I am complicit in whatever finding you find. I have to bear responsibility for it also. My dad always taught me, you suffer the consequences of your actions or inactions. And don't find a scapegoat. Just take your licks. And I made a mistake, or mistakes, and I did. I didn't counsel with Dave in an appropriate manner, saying, wait a minute, where are these expenses going to go up to 4,000 to 6,000? I didn't. And I have no plausible reason. I can't tell you why. There's nothing. Because if I did, it would be a scapegoat, and I'm not going to do that. So do I agree with point 2 of the auditor's report that simply having a political sign on it makes it so he has to pay all that back? I do not at all. Now, that might be a state law that I'm totally not aware of, but that doesn't make sense. I also pointed out in my review on July 8th, and that was after the council meeting, that perhaps the 3 key elements of the water parade as Dave Adams presented to the community was fireworks, sound, and water. Okay, I approved. The only expenditure I knew that was exact, and it turned out to be that way, was the igniter. Well, in my July 8th review, after approving that, I said, and I gave this to these guys in my timeline, that I would either eliminate or reduce the fireworks. So that made that expenditure not a good decision on my part. And then on the money that was spent for the sound system, I made a recommendation in that review that that was not needed. People couldn't hear it. The fireworks, all you could see was you could hear the sound and you could see the puff of smoke, but you couldn't see the fireworks going up, so I have them. In the end, my assessment was the most important thing on that water parade is the water. And the amount of water that goes way beyond the way we originally started the water parade was a mom and pop, what I call a mom and pop water parade. And I've mentioned that yeah, I was very focused, and I've told Chris, I had tunnel vision. I wanted that water parade for the community this year, okay? And my wife knows me that when I get tunnel vision, I'm going to do it, okay? And so I'm at fault at that too. Now, if somebody in the dry parade had said, well, I have a transmission going out on my pickup and I can't pull these girls that are in the dance club around, I would have told them as kindly as I could, hey, you're not important, because the dry parade will continue. But with the pump going out and the pump needing repair, that meant the water parade was in jeopardy. Could I have gone to the firemen, who are my buddies, and say, hey, throw in a fire truck. Let's move Dave's Big Red off the side and you guys do it. I didn't even consider that. I did not consider that. So did I err there? Perhaps. Time was of essence, and the city was going to get the water parade again, and I think it's a great thing. I think Dave has done a great community service to doing it. So anyways, I am complicit with him. I have to be. That's the way I look at it. I'm no martyr, you know, because martyrs die young, and I'm not young anymore. But anyways, whatever decision is rendered financially to Dave, I have to bear that too, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Thanks.
Vance, would you have done any of that if you felt like I was being personally enriched? Can you come to the mic, please? Can I do this to you, if you don't mind?
Vance, I don't think you need to come to the microphone
If you don't want
answer
to.
that question. I don't think you need to. I don't think anybody at this table has said the words that Dave Adams has been personally enriched.
We haven't?
All right?
I thought this was what it was all about.
Then
what's it about?
Folks, no. I never said he's been personally enriched. I said he has been using, that city funds were used to improve or make maintenance repairs to his personal equipment. That's what I said.
Tomato.
All right.
Is there a difference? Vance, will you answer the way he worded it then?
Are you tugging away cash in a mattress? That's
All right.
not what I was arguing.
Council,
all right?
I think we have
we've
discussed
exhausted
this thoroughly, and your options, I'm going to recommend at this point, are to do nothing, to table this last agenda item, or to take some kind of action. But I think that's where we're at.
I will make the motion, Mayor, that we take the state auditor's recommendation that Mr. Adams be required to reimburse the city the $58.79 or whatever minus certain items that may have been taken back for credit that can be accounted for, but that the entire amount of money that was spent on the water parade this year be accounted for. in some fashion.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. A motion and a second as outlined. Any further discussion? Councilmember Page, will you start a vote?
Yeah. Aye.
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 Nay.
Thank you. The vote carries 4-1.
3-1.
3-1, excuse me. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is councilmember reports. Are there any councilmember reports to bring?
Am I in trouble if I
I
have
have.
one, fellas?
I think we're almost done.
I don't think it's relevant.
The next item, if they're hearing no councilman reports, we'll move to minutes.
On the minutes, I think there was a recommendation during the call to the public that some minutes be altered by Mr. Robinson. And would you like to, I'd like to have him, explain his modifications. I haven't had a chance to really review them in detail. I'm presuming that they are from the
Mr. Robinson, were your recommended
August 4th
amendments regarding your comments?
They're
we come to the microphone, please?
When I was speaking, I was mentioning the placement of the public comment period, and I just clarified what I was saying, so that my concern, if you remember, was we would be required to comment at the beginning of the meeting. Then if something went on in the back of the meeting, we would have spent our time and not been able to comment on it. And I expressed that concern, and that's all I clarified there. And then she had a comment, or a place where she had said minimum, and it should have been maximum, and I just made that change. It was just clarification.
Maria, you're already received of this? Okay, great. Then I don't have any other questions. So, Mayor, I'd make the motion that we approve the minutes with the modifications as changed to the comments on August 4th.
Thank you. Is there a second?
And I'll second. I'll just add, though, that I did read through that a little bit, and it seemed to me that there was nothing wrong with the minutes, but it sort of added it was a little more detail.
Clarified.
It expanded a little bit on the,
Yep.
and seemed consistent with my memory.
Thank you. A motion and second for approval of the minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Next, we have approval of claims. We have one set of claims dated August 17, 2016 at 4:55 p.m. If you had a chance to review, they were sent out
Yes,
yesterday.
I've had a chance to review these as well. I did have a question, and I addressed it to Dean earlier. There, you'll notice that the second item on here is for Aetna, for health insurance, for $188,000, but that was actually clarified. That was not just a single month's payment. That was actually a couple of months rolled up for
Timing difference.
premiums for employees. So, anyway, I will make the motion to approve the claims as outlined.
I'll second that.
Thank you. A motion by Councilmember Snell and a second by Councilmember Page for approval of the claims. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any, okay, so that motion to approve the claims carries 3-1. Next on our agenda is review of calendar. We'll just give you a brief, make the calendars available on the city website at KaysvilleCity.com. We'll direct the council to the website for review of calendar. Next is adjournment. Welcome a motion to adjourn. Please.
Adjourn. I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Okay, I'm asleep.
Is that a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
You got it.
Motion by Councilmember Snell, second by Councilmember Page. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We are adjourned.